Se. Yar sadık bilir halden, aşk dersini alır gülden, karşılıksız ta gönülden sevenlere selam olsun. Tutuşarak için için hiç sormadan neden niçin, sevdiğini Allah için sevenlere selam olsun. Kıymetli konuklar, çok değerli misafirler, Dünya Çakob'un 3. Uluslararası Sempozyumuna bu yağmurlu havada uzaktan yakından demeden katılım sağladığınız için, teşrif ettiğiniz için hepinize ayrı ayrı teşekkür ediyoruz. Hoş geldiniz.
Our program is starting with solitude of respect, and then continue with national anthem.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Programımızın içeriği 2 gün.
Our symposium is going to be lasting for 2 days, and our program is starting very fast. I would like to invite our guests, and I would like to invite Ms. Zuhal Öztürk for her opening speech with your applause. President of World Chaco Platform, and although it is hard to wake up in this rainy weather, let's give her an applause and let's energize, and she will of course wake you up with her speech. Welcome. Thank you very much. Dear guests, dear rectors, as you know, we have 5 partners of universities. Thank you for our guests for coming in this winter weather here. This symposium is shadowed by, I guess, only with the crying children of Gaza. I don't want to start without remembering them, and I say, from the sea to the river, Palestine is free. As you know, Chaco Platform is consisted of 62 other non-NGOs, and especially Media and digitalization have led to many somatic and pathological behavioral disorders, sacrificed selves, loneliness, identity disorders, and sexual identity confusion in children and young people. Global readings in the context of gender identity debates and the promotion of homosexual lifestyle through media and digitalization are increasing day by day. The reflections of this opinion, which is popularized by the activities of the global lobby, are also seen in our country. Therefore, it is necessary to address these issues. This forming assessing the issue from two different perspectives gives hope to resolve the situation. Gender identity confusion is described as a condition in which an individual experiences conflict and discomfort because of developing a gender identity that is incompatible with his or biological sex, or by feeling attraction to the same sex. And as a result of extensive research and psychotherapeutic practice, World Checkup defines gender identity confusion as a psychodevelopmental disorder that leads to psychological and somatic secondary pathologies and supports the research of the etiology of this disorder and the development of treatment techniques. Thus, it aims to provide a treatment service based on strong ethical and scientific resources by experts in the field of people who demand psychological treatment. At the same time, it also aims to deliver the basic human right to a healthy and happy life for all in need. In line with these goals, the platform has brought the IMTT technique to Turkey and combined it with spiritual psychology to form the Attachment and Trauma Therapy School. Our goal with the trained therapists is to contribute to the individuals who experience trauma and identity confusion. This platform perceives in the encouragement of this homosexual lifestyle primarily through the media and digitalism as the final step of a project which has been carried out continuously and deliberately for almost the last 200 years to destroy the family and moral values, to restructure humanity. In this lifestyle, the psychodevelopmental dimension of this global sociological problem is ignored, leading to serious psychological and somatic pathologies such as immoral behavior, addictions, depression, AIDS, or various sexually transmitted diseases, and shortening life expectancy. And the platform believes that raising public awareness on this issue and to put up a strong effort to fight against is an important social responsibility. The goal is to achieve healthy individual, healthy society, and happy family. Thank you very much to our president and crew of life Can you turn the volume up a little more, please? Dear guests, we have very dear universities cooperating with us today, and one of them is Ibn Khaldun University, and I kindly invite the director of the university here. Dear President, dear rectors, ladies and gentlemen, but gentlemen are very rare in this studio. Actually, it is not possible not to mention, not to emphasize the role of father where in a symposium where we talk about families. In a point of view of children, what forms our future is empowerment of the role of father in a family, and we hope next time we will see more fathers in this salon. Children in the family are under threat because global technology is very fast, and this world is going towards some situation under war, and Ukraine, Palestine are some examples of this situation. The second important issue is that the fast transformation, actually, in the view of children, the relation of children with media and digital environment is changing. Of course, they will find their balance somehow, but by mentioning balance, what I mean is we kind of had conflict with other elder generation, but what we learned through, what we lived through, we were able to find a balance between the generations and the conflicts. Some real nice NGOs like Cfpp and others, we need to handle this situation, and we have to handle this from all the aspects. The third important issue here is, as our president has also emphasized, that not from medical or genetic phases, but the right to live is secured by human rights, but the homosexual lifestyle is almost forced, and this is a threat for the next generations. We have to create a defense mechanism to protect our children from this. Therefore, I would like to thank this NGO and other 62 NGOs who are cooperating with us for this symposium. And like Ibn Khaldun University, we have psychological researches labs in our university, and we work for a very long time, and we have experiences. I wish this to be very nice and welcome all. Thank you to our guest, Professor Atilla Arkan. One of the other universities we cooperate is Medeniyet University, and I would like to invite Hüseyin Çelik to the platform. Dear Minister, Director, my President, and dear guests. A day is 24 hours. Why is it just 24, not 48 or 72? Because everything starts and ends within 24 hours. But this starting and finish is somehow invaded with many issues. Some of us have thousands of agendas. What attracts my attention is that all the one-goded religions are trying to organize 24 hours. For example, in Islam, there are 5 times of prayers to unite mind and heart. The dear Prophet added some more prayers to these. And repentance prayers are there as well. And he ordered his friends to be with in the same environment with good people who are doing good deeds. Because when there is not any mechanism that a person can refresh himself, then a person can find himself bombarded with other issues. In this frame, what is important and not are mixed together. For example, family is very important. Why is it out of the agenda, of daily agenda? This mechanism is more universal than we think it is. This third symposium of Cfpp, when we investigate the headlines, it gets deeper and deeper in the subjects they choose. On the other hand, for example, why ladies are dominating and gentlemen are not paying that much attention? What is stopping them from coming here? Is that their jobs, or is that the importance they don't put enough to come over here? There are many different agendas. The universities, on the first hand, I can freely say that we are on this path with you together. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dr. Mr. Çelik, Director of Medeniyet University. Dear guests, family of Cfpp, the precious name, who is from Cfpp family, the very nice speech he made us the previous time. I would like to invite, with your applause, Dr. Mustafa Merter to give his speech.
Thank you very much. Since I was childhood, I was very active. I cannot stand on my side. I will walk from here and there. Yes. Today, a very sensitive subject we're going to be mentioning today. I've been trying to explain for last 4 years. My book is published right now. Recreating Family Project under the name of my book. It's just published. I will try to explain it to you, this process, so you can watch it from there as well. Right now, ma'am, how many years was it when you called me about this situation? 4 years ago, I had a phone call from Zuhai. I got off the air. I was in the airport, and then she asked for me to support her. At that time, the issue was this sexual perversions at the time. So we talked to her. We had some meaningful coincidences after that. Tewafuk. I said to myself, all these social changes constantly, what's the logic behind this? What's going on here? What's happening to human? I thought to myself, and I looked at it and said, this is what I'm saying is, after the first analyzing it, critics, the family was the target. It was, I kind of concluded that they want to kind of diminish the family institution. The target it wasn't family, it was even beyond family. It was the humanity was on target. How are we going to reflect my Ms. Zuhai? My presentation. American sociologist Judith Butler says, what our concern is, we want new creation of humanity. We want to create the humanity again. Judith Butler, she's not anybody. There's hundred thousands of books that she sold. If you look at from that perspective, the project is so widened worldwide in many social areas. It's affecting us. When we talk about it as a project, when we try to explain it in this matter, we will face some kind of force against force, like they're programming our brains. When you do something like this, they will call it
Nasıl anlatabilirim?
How can I explain this? How can I put some little bit jokes into it? So I went and investigated and researched Greek philosophy. There's this monster called, he has like many heads and arms. Can we see it right here in the back? What I'm trying to say is there's so many hands connected to one body. One of them writes Hollywood scripts. I don't want to give the names of some of the names, but you know, some platforms like media platforms, movies, sort of. The other hand is on politicals. The other hand is on law and legislations. I'm talking about this kind of a monster. That's the hackathon, I call. When I was writing this book, I was really upset. It was so terrible. So the thing that hurts me most is that children in the care houses have been on the target as well. I had a gastrus in my stomach. I've been just taking my pills, pain pills, and stomach pills, and finally finished the book. How can I explain it? This project, the hackathon. Maybe we need to look at it and smile a little bit. So hackathon came to therapy to me. In the therapy, I asked hackathon, what is the issue? What's your purpose? Okay, just forget. What is the another source that I've been reading is from Noah Harari. Noah Harari is saying lots of bad words and saying that there is no soul, there is no conscience. And Harari says the God is gonna become a. He says God is gonna become a human, semi-God. What's the problem? What's your problem? I said to hackathon. He says, I am pregnant. Why are you upset with this? He says, I'm going to create a semi-God. In psychotherapy, in our clinic, we talk about all kinds of these details about psychotherapical words. Since we get kind of close to each other, I said, Heka is not going to come to me again for a visit. After a couple of weeks, Heka came back to me for a therapy. But he was sad, sadness in his face. I said, what's your problem, Heka? Oh, so she says, I'm not pregnant. Harari has fooled me. All these things all these heads I've been talking about connected to this body. I'm talking about this project. They all collapsed into each other. There's no homo deus. It's time for me to take some word from him. Heka, what is going on? What is this Harari is trying to do? Heka looked at his right and left and leaned towards me. She wants to close everybody, cap everybody in the matrix cage. Goyim, meaning is kavim. Step by step, under this book, Homo Deus, finally he says, all you are is collection of information and data. We are collection of data. They're gonna lock us down onto the cage of matrix. Heka, symbolically, that's what the main aim of Heka is. If you like to, let me talk about 5 different sides of this war, let's say. Recently in America, there's something happening. Americans are waking up. Americans are cooperating with us with this fight. The Catholic people in America, they're affiliating with us. If there's any attack to humanity, they are the ones who are helping us. There's an American named Matt Walsh. He says one word. He says, a short question says, what's a woman? What is woman? And He makes interviews with people on the street, asks them what is women. He goes to Africa and asks the same question again. What is he trying to do? What Matt Walsh is trying to do? They're trying to diminish, erase the identity of sexuality. He says he's trying to find out that it's not possible. And who's doing this? Judith Butler and others. Nobody actually wanted to broadcast these kind of videos of him. Why? How come it's not broadcasted in like YouTube, Instagram? Who broadcasted it? Our other ally has published, like Elon Musk. There's yes. They said I have some short time, so I like to talk about this team behind where we see the graphics. Indeed, the mission of the international and lesbian gay agenda is nothing more than a recreation of reality, human construction and habitable is not there. What else should she say? Does anybody has any kind of concerns about understanding something else from this? There is a war against humanity. We are right in the middle of it. Let's start with the first phase. The first thing I found from my research, in 1970, decency has been eliminated from education system, like any kind of people, family, or any other institution has to be said that you are wrong. They have to find it out by themselves. It's a very complex issue. I didn't understand how it was affected people at the first. I didn't really understand at the first. So many books were published, but in 2009, I had publication Cockness. Our Generation, the book named Our Generation. It is talking about the consequences of this issue. What you see in states, all those people on the street having all these difficulties, like in the beginning of 1900s. Remember those beautiful American era, 1940s, 50s, those novelty of they were decent. What happened to those people in 70s? They just melted it down. This, the first steps of this is values clarification, reconstructing the values. Something really good happened right after I had published my book. Jin Twang has been invited to a place with me, so we had the opportunity to have conversation with her. It was something really nice. The war against authority. So who are they come from the ones who went to United States, Frankfurt School, started some certain of war. Whatever they said, all the things they said, everything they said was the authority was the problem. They considered this as If we had all those problems that Jews had, maybe we would have asked, why did they kill so many of us? We would have think about it. Hannah Arendt goes to Israel and looks at the situation, looking for a monster in front of him. But it is not. It's just some bureaucrat from Germany. They're trying to analyze this. What happened? With this theory of psychoanalysis, a stupid psychoanalysis, it says the anger that that the children has in the young age, they say that it's because they don't want to share the mother with the father. That's why they have anger, and a psychological what German does all the bad things they do. It is an anger that has changed its place. Something like that. If you don't want something like that to happen, something like that happen again, what do we need to do? We need to kill the authority of the father, and then this anger is not going to be there. From where to where? Americans, Jewish community, authoritarian personality, the book name, all these sociologists, they question the authority of the father. These issues are under their hands, so they are able to work on these contents in the way that they would like to do it. Eliminating the father authority, what happens? Please read the Kevin MacDonald's books. Let me show the book to you, please. Is there anybody here? The authoritarian personality. Culture and critique. What happens if the father authority goes away? The family will diminish. The humanity becomes foolish and stupid. And he explains like this. Imagine a family with 5 kids. Which one of these children that would not listen to his father? Which children will not agree with the rules? Like a woman goes and gets pregnant and has some relationships. Friends. This is the one with the lowest IQ. If the father authority goes away, these children get pregnant. These ones who break the rules becomes pregnant, and then humanity becomes stupid. This is what Kevin MacDonald says. The father authority, where you see the youth in the United States, just like in Jim Twang's book. So education, diminishing of education, and then diminishing of father authority. I have 2 more minutes. I'm going to just talk about really fast about this. Let's see. The third battlefield. All kinds of perversity is increased. The fourth battlefield is the genders. Please wake up, where they said in Istanbul, in Istanbul Convention. The project is working so well. They come up with something new every day. Lately, in late 10 years, there's like lots of love for animals. For God's sake, please tell me. If everybody loves animals, oh, tomorrow I'm gonna be a mother. Maybe someday I will have kid. Instead of that, they are having some pet animals in their cradles. Love and passion is kind of moving towards the animal love. It's just because of the machine that I'm talking about. If I had a time, I would actually get deep into the real, what's the woman issue? What does it mean in our, I was going to say about mouthwash. There are so many beautiful lights that coming out of this garden. That's what woman is. I was gonna tell it to, but I had to go into the nefs psychology, codes of the universe. I was gonna talk about like yin and yang. What woman is? Yin means ladies. Anybody listening to me? Anybody listening to me?
Yok, gösteremeyecekler, yapamayacaklar. Evet. Çok ciddi savaşın ortasındayız.
We are in the middle of serious war. So the real issue we described in my book, the real people who are behind this thing. 3 names behind it. There's a 3 horsemen of the afterlife. Zuckerberg, one of them, Facebook, Instagram, who has this all the media channels. The second one is, I would say, Google. I'll say Larry Page. These are the 3 horsemen. What do you see right here in the graphic behind me? Celal and Jamal. These are. So you know yin yang, so it's gonna be easier for me to describe it to you. Left side is for men. We call it Jamal. Like kind of we construct and make wars. We're kind of useful, but that's it as a man. But there is a Jamal within us. That's a nucleus that it needs to be watered to be flourished. From who? From the mothers and you, their ladies. If you become masculinized, oh my God. What Dwayne says in his book, I kind of missed it a little bit. 19 years, all these women are masculinizing. It's like 80%. 80% of women has been masculinized, and there's psychosomatic and psychological problems according to this. Many cancers and heart disease, so many somatic disease. In psychological way, women are getting withered, like getting pale. All those beautiful names, if they're not working with those names, the flower garden, as we see described as women, they're just withering by that. Please read and understand. And thank you very much. I think I just finished my time. Thank you very much.
şimdi ben tabiyim. Ben
Uh,
tabiyim.
please continue.
Mustafa Merter hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz ve güçlü bir
Dear guests, we'll thank you. We thank Mustafa Mertar and actually our agenda is this, but our real agenda, which should also be the agenda of all humanity, should be Gaza. I believe that hearts of people, half of the hearts of people here are in Mecca, and the heart of it is in Qudus, Jerusalem. We all are in an examination in this world, and we are just filling up our own papers, who we are with, how we are filling our papers, how we are passing our exam. This program is, I believe, in 80 broadcasted to 82 countries. I would like to say, I would like to say this to all the countries who are listening to us. Bir ruh birden Mescid-i Aksa. And I would like to say this down Israel. Now I would like to invite Lütfi Söğütlü with your applauses. My dear teachers, dear guests, I salute you all. Welcome. I would like to handle this very important subject, which is an agenda of ours recently, almost all ours. I would like to talk about sexual dysphoria, gender dysphoria. My time is relevantly short. Is that okay? Okay. Gender dysphoria is some concept we recently come across very often. Here, biological sex is something that the person is relentless from. This usually starts between 2 to 4 years, and it gets more power with the adolescents, but almost 70% is getting better later. This affects very little of the society, like 1 in 1,000. And in 2012, before 2012, we don't have any data about children developing sexual dysphoria. Why I am giving this information is because gender dysphoria is trending in the late 10 years. Those who define themselves as transgender is increasing, and the people who assumes that is mostly biologically females. This dysphoria hits adolescent girls what happened? What happened in the world? So this is affecting to the adolescents and young ladies. This is a little different from the sexual dysphoria that we know. I put that scheme on purpose. In DSM-5, actually, in order for children to have sexual dysphoria, they have to have at least 6 of these eight items. First one is strong will to be from the other gender, imitating the opposite sex. Third one is strong will to play with the other gender's activities. The toys they play with usually dedicated to the opposite sex. They usually stay away from the activities and toys which are related to their birth sex. They don't like their anatomy, sexual anatomy. Primary and secondary sex features they would like to change. The medical literature says that, but we are faced with an interesting situation actually. When we look at the adolescents, what we see in this sexual dysphoria is that they were really friendly and compatible with their own birth sex. They didn't have any sexual intercourse. They don't drink alcohol or they smoke. The society we are talking about is consisted from this kind of adolescent people. So we are out of the frame that is described as a general sexual dysphoria. Like a little infant girl playing with Barbies, playing girl plays, role plays. But what happens to this little girl when she becomes an adolescent? We have to deal with many aspects, but the main influence is the social media with influencers. Influencers are dragging these children with themselves, and the children are stuck between these influencers and their untrustworthy friends. So at this stage, they don't know what to do. This new trend is a typical etiology. This is much different than the usual dysphoria etiology that we know of. Digital addiction and digital contents have the main roles. According to Jean Twenge, Generation Z, is at the edge of losing their mental health. She has many studies according to the conflicts, generational conflicts. iPhone was out at 2007, and after 10 years from this, 90% of the youth had smartphones. This is a huge rate. And almost 45% of these people are almost always online. That means they don't almost never let their phone down from their hands. What happens is, probably you also saw as well, when they come from school, they just immediately grab their phone, and when it's school, they are looking at their phones during the breaks. Of course, with this increasement, another point draws our attention. With the rate of using social media between adolescents, suicidal decline, the suicidal behaviors is also increasing. All the psychopathological negative changes in psychopathological affect adolescent girls more than the boys, almost 3 times. And another issue here is to self-harm of adolescents. Between 10 to 14 years of age of little girls, self-harm is increased almost 189%. Very popular applications are there: Tumblr, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. It is not hard anymore to reach harmful contents, how to cut yourself, how you can harm yourself. Such videos are so easy to access now. And there are hundreds of videos with whom they are made with the people who are self-harming, and they have thousands of followers here. And after smartphone usage, anorexia, self-harm, and suicidal behaviors are really increasing. Besides these, how you can convince your moms, how you can convince your doctor to change the sex. You can trick your doctor by reading the criteria presented in DSM-5. Like, you can say that I have these since from childhood, and you can trick your doctor and convince them to change your sex. Of course, the child is stuck in this situation, but the sensitivity, the emotions they want to feel are not met. The expectations of these emotions are not met, so they spend more time in virtual reality. Now it is one step ahead, like mentors who are talking to the children in the virtual environment. It is called virtual friends. So they cause so much anxiety about their bodies, because in the virtual environment, flaws of beauty are not tolerated. Pictures are worked on, photoshopped, and everything seems flawless. So they set a standard which cannot be reached by a normal person. So since they cannot reach a young girl who cannot reach these standards, they just stuck in their position, and they just don't know what to do and how to be. And at this point, influencers are become so important to them, to tell them what to do, to tell them how to look. So from this point on, their friends, their actual friends' opinions about themselves are not important anymore. And they got bullied sometimes. And recently, according to Twenge's data, unfortunately, adolescent people are struggling with these problems all alone. They don't spend times in a group, in a friend group. All these problems they have to find a solution by themselves. They don't hang out with their friends, they don't go to sports with them, they don't shop together, they don't go to movies, and almost none of them does face-to-face flirtation. In translation cannot be done due to technical problems.
Çok sık görmeye başladık. Artık ne yapıyor? Çocuğu aile getiriyor. Bunu hiç ekranın başından kaldıramıyoruz. Ne bizim yanımıza geliyor, ne arkadaşlarıyla dışarı çıkıyor. İşte kurslar buluyoruz, gitmiyor. Sürekli.
Elinde bir telefon ya da işte kendi bilgisayarı çevrim içi orada geziyor. Ve bu yalnızlaşmanın sonucu olarak da aslında
This loneliness, with this loneliness, age of 18 years of age here is equivalent to 15 years of Gen X. Our children are developing, they are huge in body, but their minds are more vulnerable. They cannot develop enough, they cannot improve themselves because their socialization is very limited. Here, the role of the families, there are a lot to handle, there are a lot to talk about, but we are following it from a little behind. There are many solutionless families here. On one hand, a child is meeting with her or his sexual identity. All of a sudden, they try to, girls who are trying to become a boy. The scientific approach is to just let the child do whatever they want. There are debates in United States to decrease the age under 14, and they are drugged with which supports, which stops adolescence. Parents are very confused here in our country as well, because what they see in their children, what they're going through, is totally different from what medicine says. Because in child's eyes, the social media is emphasizing that their families are cruel families who don't want to accept their own child. So this is going towards to cut all the relations with the families. Lately, these girls, most of these girls, just the opposite what we see in dysphorias. The researchers show that they don't really want to become a male person. The girl says, "Okay, I'm not happy with my sex, my gender, but I don't know what to do." When we investigate the operations done, only 25% are willing to have a penis. Some, only a few percentage of them are expressing manly behaviors, For example, some of them chooses, for example, if they're going to have tattoos, they're not choosing manly tattoos, they're just choosing floral tattoos. They are not willing to be a male. They are just escaping from being a female, being a woman, being a mother. This is like being a loser according to their minds. So they are trying to escape that world where motherhood and being female perceives like that. Not all the girls have to be very feminine and behave that way, but this is where the danger starts. If you're a little masculine in the new world ideas, you are just trans. You need to either have very feminine attitudes or you're going to be a trans. There is no escape from here. You're just stamped with these labels. Social media, families are stuck between social media, health service people, and social media is, in our country, are not very effective on supporting a homosexual lifestyle. One of my friend told me that her child is going to a very good school academically, and they're in middle school, and the child says to her mother that in our school, in the class, everybody asks each other that, are you trans, are you gay, are you having some sexual differences, and at the backyard they start kissing each other. And in school-wise, I think we are started to embrace the Western understandings. Health workers they don't, very few of them are opposing to the situation. Very few of them perceives this as a disease and which is curable. So unfortunately, families are stuck between these understandings. When we look at families and their young daughters, they're stuck between these three items. Symptoms that are not specific are perceived as sexual dysphoria, and presence of these are the evidence to be trans, and the belief that the path to happiness is going to be a trans. And those who oppose that, we have to cut relations with these. The third item is this. The family should accept you as you are and support you. Whatever you do, they should say, okay. And families are dictated that if you don't do these, your child is going to present suicidal behaviors and other stuff. So families are put in a situation to choose.
böyle evlerimiz maalesef.
our homes are like this, looking like this, right?
Yani belki
Maybe
daha çocuğuyla iletişim sağlamaya çalışan
there are some people who are aware of danger and try to create a relationship with their children.
çocukların eline veriliyor.
Like even in daily meetings, the smartphone is handed to a child for the parents' comfort. It really is going to a very dangerous place.
İşte
Here,
güzel bir dünya gibi görünüm. Atlamaya
here it seems like very beautiful world. Once they jump, they just try to get out and scream for help. They're held hostages in those virtual environments.
ve böyle eskisi gibi
And I hope our
huzurlu vakitler
daughters, young girls, escape from that dungeon and we have peaceful days.
5 dakika ara verebileceğiz. Zamanı oyabilmek için.
5 minutes break.
5 minutes break.
Pekala. Efendim hepiniz saygıyla selamlarım.
I salute you, everyone on this room. Welcome. We'll start with our discussion with saying Free Palestine. Dave asked me to talk about Gaza yesterday. After my speech, a lady raised her hand to talk about this issue. She said, I'm coming from a chemotherapy. I have so much pain, chronic pain right now, but I didn't want to miss this session, and I wanted to enter it. I'm very interested in this subject. My family is very concerned about this situation, and my immune system gets weaker because of all this situation happening around the world. Whatever the situation that I'm in, condition I'm in, I feel bad about it. What should I do about it? I just asked. She asked me. Well, it's an important question because, like, it's such a cancer, disease, such a cancer that affects all of your body, and it's your responsibility to take care of your body. But she was still wanted to be interested in this issue. She asked me another question. I've been battling with this disease for 7 years. I have to take hundreds of medicines and so many procedures, operations, medical operations. So many people has worked and treat this just one patient to save it. She was saying about herself. So many people are working on me to save my life, but I feel really, really bad about many others cannot get any help to save their lives. So many of us, maybe we should ask ourselves this question and reconsider what we need to think about. Another thing that we need to review is how in Gaza bombs are falling and civilians and children and getting bombarded, and we are feeling the same pain for the people whose souls are torn and their hearts are bombarded and mentally as well. That's why we are together here. So although we are talking about Gaza situation, the really important issue is that our being and but we don't just survive in life with our bodily being, as well with the soul and the mind. Let's just remember what Yunus says. He says, the lovers don't die. If the heart and the soul doesn't die, then it will continue throughout centuries in history as long as souls don't die. Just like all these kids in Gaza and people where we feel all this sadness, we should as well think about and feel sad about the attack on our youth and children. We should put a lot of emphasis and work fast, within a fast pace without losing any time. We should do something about this. I'm not going to make it too long. We have a short day. We have long sessions and contents here today. I would like to ask from God on this Holy Friday, children in Gaza and around the world and in our country, I hope that we'll have that power and passion and courage to help them out. We're going to talk about screen addiction right now and how it affects children and family and Satanism. Yıldız Konal Süslü will be having her speech. Thank you very much, everybody. Dear Mustafa Hocam and Mr. David and Mr. Mike. I'd like to make a note right here. While I'm here watching what Mr. Master Mustafa is saying, he just summarized it in a very small word. I think we should all consider this as our goal. We are getting kind of a little bit stupid day by day because we are losing our being. The whole world is actually in a cage, but the children and women in Gaza are free. They're dying one and giving a birth for thousands. They're giving lots of answers for all the questions relating our lives as well. Their souls are free, but I hope we'll give enough work to save them free in their land as well. I thank everybody around here. After my master Mustafa, I like to share what I'm going to talk about. It's a national issue, and we need to be aware of the situation. I've been working many years on this addiction problem. I've been saying, please, we're giving birth to our children, but we're not raising them. We're not able to raise them. Internet and social media is that what I'm going to talk about. On my last speech, I talked about video games and etc. There's a great danger, great war, and we need to be aware of this war. If my teachers allow me, I'd like to talk about what I have learned from what I've been studying. In addiction, screen addiction, I like to talk about some of the clinical issues that I've been working in the field. They say that in my cases, some clinical studies, I can see these kids saying that I don't need you to their families and their fathers and mothers. I think we need to criticize ourselves as well for this. And there are some percentages we have been talked about. And these are the usage of these media issues and digital screen using, not only in the children but in the family also. There are statistics. So I turn to their my client and ask that how many hours they're spending on internet. How much are you using phone? When I asked them, they were kind of telling me like as if they're not really using so much social media. There are lack of role models in family, institution, and all these issues and contents, digital contents, are doctrinized, and we are as adults, as a family, we are not very successful on refusing these attempts. We know many years ago I've been uh, doing TV shows and etc. behind the screen. I kind of know a little bit about how this media works, but we need to take our place in this fight, I'd say. Especially our families should not look at this as some minor habit, but we should actually understand and be aware of how dangerous the media, digital media in late era is. If we can have healthy individuals, then we can have healthy public society. And then it will continue with healthy marriages, family union, and children, and so on. Our ministries should have been working on family issues from the start of the family and getting to marriage and children, so on. And the results of these works. I saw my son playing a game after all of these things. What does push you to go to this? Mom, there are so many people talking in the school bus, and I cannot answer their questions. I kind of felt like I wanted to play the game so that I can actually have conversation with them. We came to such a point that if you don't have a YouTube channel, or if you're not following some famous people on internet, you kind of you become kind of belittled, and you become bullied because you need to be kind of part of this uh, group, these people. We should not let them take our children from us. The life is a beautiful pool. I like to jump in it, but so it's kind of poisonous right now. Takes a lot from us. Hyperactivity is what we've been working on, and anger, abusement, focusing on focusing. So screen addictions affect on the brain that we have collected some data. We need to do what we need to do is save family, because it's the protection against all these harmful stuff. What makes society is family. What makes family is the individuals. That's a really nice perspective to think about. Imagining family as a protection against these newly harmful context. But what we see is we cannot really protect ourselves from these happenings. So trend culture's effects I like to talk about right now. There was this client of mine asked me she told me that my daughter is looking for like these makeup sites and watching these kind of things. When I had conversation with the little kid, so I kind of hold myself to not let her know that I know. I mean, she had like so many terrible things. You think of them as a makeup sites, but there's a lot of trending cultures beneath that in YouTube and Instagram, all this research that we've been doing on digital social media, youth usually more focusing on YouTube and TikTok. So the perception has been made there. Like children is not even like a human or like girl or boy. It's just like they become like an animal or monster. Then I understand it's a trend culture. And I was thinking, what's the trend thing about this? And when I look at the kids between the ages of 13 and 15 and the numbers, how many of them are using these trending cultures, I was like so frightened. There's a dysforming there. When we look at it back, we see that dynamics of personality on being female right in front of our eyes, it has been corrupted so that kids would not be able to know what they really want to become to. So other YouTubers are emphasizing this trend. All these seeds that has been buried into ground, all these things my teacher was talking about, they're getting all these operations. These things sometimes result in suicidal thoughts or suicides. So what happens is they differentiate soul from body. It doesn't connect, it doesn't meet. The soul and body doesn't meet as in one within them. So children are lacking all these willpower within them, and there are lots of increase in the rates of suicides. And we really work hard with our professional colleagues. I kind of felt good about it when I noticed that our colleagues are putting lots of effort into this. Well, this is really big event, so that needed to be worked on as an excess of a subject. In Turkey and the world, there are lots of some of medications which has been increased in the use of it in our country as well. Well, we are not really very successful in preventing these things. Unfortunately, our children are poisoned in this beautiful looking pool. Their personality become weakened, and they think, what kind of belief system that I am a part of, what kind of country I'm part of. They don't question these things, they don't feel these things, so they lose their identities. If you cannot know your identity, how can you find and how can you address where you are at in life? There's so many things talking. I'm working on so many things that refers to internality. I've talked about we have because they are torn off from their individualistic ideas. Our children lost what is the meaning of confidence. The the youth, they're losing, when they're losing their internal happiness and understanding their selves, they're losing their self-respect, and we should stop it with helping them to hold on to a break. When I'm working with our youth and children, I tell them, if you decide to do what I'm saying right now, I'm going to be sponsoring you. I will. You should. You should do. You should be at the right place, right time. Are you with the right person? I'm kind of offering them a filtering system to our youth as well their parents. Well, children they don't have the description of what is truth. The truth became unhappiness and lack of empathy. There's in their truth is consists of lack of empathy. So they're facing this kind of danger situation. I am very thankful for this event, not just because we are professionals. There are children are part of this event, and how it affects our marriage relationships and family relationships. Our teacher says it as well. In some clinical cases, you can touch maybe thousands of people daily. But in this procedure, I like our teacher to. I like the way he was talking about Jalal and Jamal, which was mentioned like yin and yang. There is no factor about genderism, where you from, where you come from. These are all diminished. It is very easy for making the world colder to look colder to these family institution. I think I'm kind of over my time. I have 2 more minutes. Let me talk about Satanism a little bit. My friends were preparing this speech for me. They were asking, is there any Satanist around in the world left? Well, if they're coming every couple of weeks once, then that means they are actually exist. So one of my clients' daughter is like beating up cats in our garden, she says. They're missing. And the way my daughter looks, the way she eats, it's like not good at all. I like to buy any kind of things that my daughter likes. When I work with that that daughter, the people who works, they would know where in their neck and side of their eyes they put these symbols. Are their friends? I would like to mention an important part of it in the literature. There's so many studies under the name of Satanism. I like to warn you and give you information about Satanism, especially in late era. While I was working with these children, I understand they're having gathering, like drinking blood and type of things. When I asked them how many of you, how many were you? When I asked this question, I thought she was going to say a couple of them, but then I heard there was 9 of them. I was very surprised. So I wanted to, I asked, I wanted to meet with them and have a cup of coffee and have some conversation with them. That's interesting. It is very common in between our daughters. The operation, all these operations, I think, targeting like women, because women are the ones who gives birth. But where we come to such a point that homosexual, where our president was actually telling people to make at least 3 children because there's problems with the youth in the world, so we need more young people. This atheistic, the Satanism, we noticed that there are much more Satanists in this gathering. So only 3 of them was men. I hold my heart while I was listening to them, trying to hold my poker face to them. There's 2 dangerous sentences. It's freedom and hedonism. They code it with these 2 tools. When you go to your home, if you have your niece or your daughters, and sometimes maybe ourselves as well, we should be talking about some things that we like. I like to share this as well. Let me go back to the first issue. Working with female children's, I see there are dysformic disorders, and they are close to conversation, and they are not getting along with their families, and their education and GPA is very low as well. So whatever we do, we go back to family. Everything goes back to family. It is not just giving a birth and just raising them. We cannot.
Ses deneme sessiz, ses deneme sessiz. Abi baksana bir, geliyor mu? Ses deneme. Ses deneme Hakan abi, Hakan abi, Hakan abi. Sesim geliyor mu? Ses deneme, ses deneme, ses deneme, ses deneme. Ses deneme, ses deneme, ses deneme.
I like to mention that as well. There's risky groups as well right here. When we look at the youth and children, there are three invisible needs that they have. One of them is competence, is anatomy, and the third one is relentless. When we look at these things, that when when it is not satisfied with the outer world, they will try to make up their own world and want to stay in this world right here in the game. If you cannot satisfy their certain needs like this, then they are offered to these children's as within the games. We can very often, very seldom see that I am very good at this game. I have many friends from all around the world, and I'm always having conversation and discussion with them. I cannot have those kind of conversation out in outer world. I feel more free, autonomous, that we can see about this. So this is the risks. These are the things that shows how much risks there are. But we should not forget that it's some material thing. It's a industry game, and it has been worked by other people, and other gaming industry is evolving as well, and they're having profits from these revenues. There we can see this. A game industry not only creating games, but kind of provoking or trying to force them, making them to imagine making money off of these games, like in Twitch and other areas as well. That's why children are looking for earning easy money and working on this. This is the great promise that has been given to them through this. Whenever the young people come to me and children, I said, I'm just asking, is it a local team or is it a world-class game? But what they want to imagine themselves is to be in the globally famous. But in real time, if you look at it, they're just local game players. When we look at the Turkey, these kind of games, children or young people, what do they do? What they work on. We want to know what they're interested in. So when I work with children and youth, when they talk about the games they like, when they understand that I know the game, they kind of get positive connection with me. I mean, it starts a good connection with them. As a parent and people who are professionally working in this field, we should all know about, if you want to change anything from them, you need to have certain relationship with them. It will make your relationship easier and affect them. There's certain these different types of games. We'll see certain types of games are more produced, especially if you look at it, FPC, like first-person shooter games. To know these games, which kind of games they like to choose, we can probably help them to. These are very addictive games. These online games provides an environment, online environments and dialogues. And after a while, these dialogues become very risky, men or children, whether it's male or female. The other thing is role-playing game. It's really risky game. This is multiplayer games from many countries, international games. They have connections. It's very exciting games because these are risky ones. Role plays are like League of Legends and World of Warcraft. If you are, well, if your kid is starting with this kind of game, you should open up your red alarm for this, because it's really hard for them to get out once get deep into this. After everything is gone, it's hard to manipulate or affect children. But before they start, if we can notice and be aware of these things, then it's important for. Let's come back to the addiction issue. In 2013, from that time, it has been described as addiction, as our Mehmet Master says, is considered as addiction. To whom? Well, this is internet gaming disorder is just like same things happens in the brain and behavior as it's happening if you're alcoholic or cigarette smoker. Of course, we need to diagnose and understand what are these things are intended to. When we see one of these things in our children, we know that there is a chance for us to affect and go to the next phase. So one of them is preoccupation, meaning is like gradually increasing number of the hours spent on video games, and there's a rise of anger as well. Some of them actually having kind of fights with their family or break their like keyboard or mouse, whatever they play. Just like alcohol and cigarette, it becomes not enough within time. Instead of like playing 9 hours, they still want to play much more. They're losing their control. They're losing their interest into other hobbies other than games. In this life, I only thing that makes me happy is the game, they say. This only reason is that I'm coming to my family is to ask them to buy me a good computer so I can play better games. Kind of things one of my clients used. That's one of the important risk factors. Once you take the game off of them, you see a very depressed and suicidal children. There is only thing that makes them happy is the game, that what it becomes to. Playing games, despite it gives all the harm, psychological problems. When we ask them how many hours you are playing, they're saying, they usually says the smaller number, but family says another number. I usually get the number in between that correlation to it. And escapism is another thing, like to they relieve their mood, playing games, escaping from their negative thoughts. And interference and conflict happens due to gaming within the job, education, career, or they're jeopardizing all these relationships. I see the World Health Organization also described it as a functional disorder. Although these problems are happening, they keep playing. How wide this is? It changes from country to country, actually. We can see that it's around 3% to 6%. In Turkey, there was another questionnaire. We can see in that study about 3 to 5%, because it's increasing day by day, every day. What makes us think that it's going to get increased? Because The reason is that it used to be only male kids were wanted to play the game, but right now we see the girls are playing as well nowadays, and it's increasing much more. Some of us just are not able to see this. So what should we need to do about this? Let me tell you about. I told you about the older parts, but right now we need to work on preventative. We need to find preventative factors. We don't want that our kids to slide away from our hands and go away. When we look at these issues, knowing and being aware of these things in gaming addiction, it helps. Usually it was mostly depending on game. It used to be thought that the man was playing these video games before, but in our country we can see that females are playing pretty much. It's almost balanced. Why men are in more risks? Because the game industry. So the people who are developing these games, engineering, are male. So most of the games are developed and designed, attracting more of male perspective. But this change has been happening when we look at it from a sexual perspective and gender. When we see men are interested in this kind of games, or some girls are also interested in boy-like games. In adolescence, we see adolescent young men are more able to get abused through this issue. Their risk factors are raising, especially before the adolescence, and in the adolescence, their need is skyrocketing, the belonging need. They are having difficulties for creating a role model in different platforms. They see very different type of personalities, and lack of role model starts right there because they are into games. So they kind of find these kind of role models. What they're providing to our children is just not very useful for them. In the symposium's criteria, when we look at our daughters with their psychology, they have some psychological disorder because they become maleized, masculinized. It's like some type of a monster starts within these daughters, because when they're listening to through their earphones, you can see that men are cussing and all sorts of things. They become masculinized. We can see a community of a woman where they are masculinizing. So parents should have idea of what games are doing what, and be aware and get information about the games and its effects on the family. Well, we work with Mr. Mehmet teacher here. We worked on some study we included fathers, and we wanted them to include them into this gaming platform where the children are playing, and which helps them a lot actually. So like, if you see your daughter is playing these games, then you should play with them. But sometimes mothers are asking, what if we lose our fathers too? Well, the relationship starts. because when a children knows, when I have an idea about the game that they're playing, I see the light comes up on their eyes because they kind of feel like I'm close to them. If we don't get to know what they're up to, we have to be careful losing them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this summary.
Bağımlı davranışsal bağımlılık olur.
Emre Yılmaz is one of those who are rarely working on gambling addiction. When I came here in the morning, someone told me that you dropped your ID. Since we are talking about identity, pass card they gave me by taking my ID card. This is kind of interesting. I faced up today. Gambling actually has a lot of sides. Sometimes the reason is family, sometimes friends, sometimes the environment. When we handle this, we need to understand it very well. I will emphasize on gambling addiction today. Actually, I'm waiting for my presentation to come over here. Maybe I can take some help from the technical team. I will be emphasizing how we can understand the gambling addiction, because gambling addiction does not have an x-ray, it doesn't have a MRI. How do you understand if a person is gambling addicted? How? By asking for money all the time. Sometimes family says they have debt, they have continuous debt, we cannot give enough money. Let me go with the wallet metaphor. We understand how addicted the person is from his wallet, how much money he has, how much money he owes. Let's manage our time wisely here. This is very important, I want to mention. We are becoming strangers to ourselves and our culture. At this point, I remember a quotation from Mustafa Kutlu. Sometimes we say, sparrow is on the branch. Instead of saying that, we say the bird is on the branch. So we lose these details. So when I was going some places with my grandfather, they were asking me, who are you, from which family you are. And after these questions, here comes another one. What will you be when you grow up? So we grow up with the questions about who we are and what we are. So the most important point we have to emphasize here is what brings a person to addiction. If we don't understand the problem, we don't know how to approach and solve it. What is going to be the cost of one person's to be addicted? Some of the speakers talked about money, debt, money management. So if we cannot work on it, so we cannot detect the harm damage correctly. So if I don't know what I'm experiencing, what I am going through, so the person, if a person cannot answer these questions, they are just lost. What are the risks? What are the problems and the signs for the person? We have to emphasize those. Here, maybe there are some people here are interested. In the new era, we usually talk about fathers, but now there is also a concept of grandfather, like in cartoons. Sometimes it is said that secrecy breeds addiction. So, in the support system here is the family, because at some point when family doesn't know what to do, instead of helping, they harm the person, addicted person. So at this point, family to be involved wisely helps the person to get out of the addiction. We talked about environmental influences, peers, friends, and idols. Sometimes we talk about families. Sometimes families tell me that, oh, our child is very nice, but he is influenced by his peers, and his peers' family say the same thing. Sometimes we keep talking about identities, and I would like to make a connection between the identity and addiction, gambling addiction. The important here is being bailout, being dependent. Okay, sometimes the gambling person says that, oh, my father is supporting me. I have golden bracelets which I can sell. I have some lands to sell, so I can support my gambling addiction, and I can pay my debts. Maybe it's important to emphasize the concept metaphorically. This, when we got fever, when we are child and get sick, at some level it feels nice to be covered, but if we have fever, when they cover us with the blanket, then our fever gets up. So it is the same as in the gambling addiction. When they are fed, they continue to gamble. The brain development in the adolescence, three factors are important: impulse, control, and memory. Addicted brain, to detect addictive brain, we have to focus on these three concepts. The memory is the addicted people always talk about the memories when they win, and they have the idea that they are going to win all the time, and they have the idea that I'm not going to be addictive. Sometimes the type of the addiction changes. For example, sometimes they play casino games, sometimes they play betting games. Sometimes I ask my friends, which addiction type? Because sometimes creating addiction rate is different between those games and between those types. You know, the Candy Crusher games, like in a very short time you get results, and just like that in the gambling addiction, it feeds the idea that you can get rich and earn money easy way in a short time. Reward system is very important as well. When we look at an adolescent's brain, they have the feeling that I can take risks, I can get over everything, I can handle anything. Because the period of being adolescent, in the period of that, they are sensitive to the reward, and they are not developing a stop mechanism. So here, when we look at an adolescent's brain, we should not make differentiation between the types of addictions. What I like to emphasize is like omnipotence, that I will be fine, the understanding of I will be fine. When we look at the cycle of change, how a person's identity develops, the addiction develops at the same time. Pre-awareness stage says that it doesn't hurt to gamble, I don't want to quit. In awareness stage, I don't want to quit, even the gambling harms me. Preparation to quit the gambling, they say, one day I'll stop gambling. They say, I don't gamble. This is not a gambling, this is only a bet. Sometimes, maybe some of you know the cycle of the addiction. They go all the way in the same circle. I want to take your attention to these four concepts: space, time, shame, and guilt. Space, like void. Sometimes adolescent people say, I'm idle, I have nothing to do, I have a lot of idle time. When they have a lot of energy, they want to get rid of the energy with some games, with some video games. So when it is offered them to make easy money with the games, I would like to emphasize the idleness, void. It's important how you fill the gaps, how you fill the idle time. Time management, the second concept, the time management is very important. Those who cannot do the time management, you see that behavior repeats itself. The third one and the fourth one is shame and guilt. Gambling addicted person is able to have shame. And then when they lose the money that belongs to their family or their children, then they have the guilt of losing that money. How could I do that? How? So when they lose it, they become stuck in the cycle to make that money again. Parental attitude is also important. They have tendency to say that to have their child before them, not going outside, so they can sit at home in front of my eyes and do whatever they want. It's okay, they say. Sometimes at this point there's something called co-addiction. Sometimes after some point, maybe we are promoting, supporting them to get addicted. Family affects the addiction, and after some point, addiction affects the family. Sometimes families feel guilt, sometimes disappointment. Sometimes they ask, we gave our children whatever they want. Why did this happen? So we need to emphasize the important role of the family here. So I am going to summarize. What is important to emphasize is that gambling addiction is a disease, and family is affected by these addictions. So, and secrecy feeds family, and addictions fill the void. Addiction sometimes is not obeying the rules. So the person should ask himself, what is my personality? Who am I? What am I? So they have to ask themselves these questions. And thank you so much for thanks so much to Emre Yılmaz for sharing his information with us. We have a break, and we have two more speeches. We are going to handle very critical subjects. I would like to be back at the salon at 13:55.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
is not found. It's based in writing. There is not a distinct definition for pornography. It changes from country to country, from era to era. Compulsive pornography, watching, impulsive pornography, watching, and hypersexual dysfunction is one of those. But the issue is here, they are just trying to describe if it is some kind of disorder or not. In 1990s, there was a increase in internet usage of access to porn addiction, and there is an increase. Pornography addicted individuals are increased within these times. We have three criteria for pornography: DSM and ICD. This different criteria actually describes pornography and classifies them in different manners, because there's not enough terminology about defining pornography. One of them is DSM. This diagnostic describes as pornography as a hypersexuality disorder. It's because of there is not enough terminology, there is not enough work and empirical evidences on it. And ICDC is kind of a little different in this subject. They approach it into like cultural differences. Some of them are in clinical research. In 2022, first time it has been described as a disease. When I was doing my master's degrees, I was working on this subject systematically. I was doing a review on it. Then I wanted to make it as a graduation project. But since there was not enough source for it, I wanted to work on this. The first question I had in my mind: why these individuals are watching pornography? What motivates them to watch pornography? Although they know it's harmful economically and in relationship and physical, why they keep watching, insist on watching constantly? So I made 3 studies on this research. Umut, my friend here, he is gonna mention about Never Fab. It's the study we have together. I will announce the results of this research. It's about the motivations under this. You want escapism, kind of different motivations that individuals do have, especially in youth and young adolescents, especially when they have exam era, when they have social problems with family and friends. They start watching more. When they are looking for excitement, they're watching lots of different types of pornography, like incest, animalistic sex, and those kind of. They kind of imagine motivations. Why should I not have this kind of experience. Another thing is,
Ülkelerde çok fazla görülüyor. Belirli yıl, yani belli evliliği üzerinden belli yıllar geçtikten sonra bireyler tetikleşiyor aslında. Türkiye gibi
After many years of marriages, it becomes monotonous. The sex in marriage becomes monotonous. Then the husband and wife start watching porn.
internette daha fazla haz alabilmek için
In order to have more pleasure, there are many sources in internet. I mentioned about COVID-19, and during COVID-19 period, there was an increase in pornography watching because many people start staying at home, and negative childhood memories and the void and staying home increase the interest in pornography. Suppressed impulsions, focus problems are seen very prevalently among young people. Pornography industry is stating that this affects the industry very much. For example, there is a platform called OmniFace, and the people make their own sex videos and broadcast it on this platform with a reasonable fee. So, for example, they can share first 10 seconds and then write that you can buy the full video content online. So they increase the selling potential of those videos and triggering people to use and watch pornography. They can, although some of the porn sites are closed, but they can get access to it through VPN connections. One of the reasons that people watch pornography is because they cannot gather information from their families and friends, and they're suppressing their ideas and thoughts about this subject because the young person does not know what is sexual intercourse or what sex is, how do you find sexual partner. They have no idea about it, so they are trying to find it out by themselves and trying to get the information from pornography. Not enough sexual education is one of the cause of pornography. People tend to gather information from there. There is a study done from these porn sites, and they say that more than 42 billion clicking is considered, and more than 115 million daily visits are done. The subject of pornography is usually the students of colleges, and the least numbers belong to women between above the age of 45. For example, the people who use pornography thinks that they can have similar relationships and they can make a later step. There are videos about pedophilia and incest relations and perversions. They and there are some videos sexually objectify women by slapping on the face or doing other things. These videos create the idea that they can be able to live these fantasies in their real sex life. Especially newlywed people between 30 and 40 years of age, they tend to experience similar fantasies in their own relation, and this causes many problems. And the man says he wants to try different fantasies each time they have intercourse, and this creates a problem with his spouse. We don't have a lot of data and studies done in this field. This is a new era for us. So since we don't have that much of data, we have limited by the lack of data, so we cannot create treatments for that. Because accepting and impulsions, these sexual experiences, if we can distinguish them between ourselves, then treatment comes into the scene. My friend Umut has founded the newer fab. He will mention that, but what I can say about that, there are some similar platforms similar to newer fab. Is there any questions? Thank you.
Right now, it's a critical subject and threatens our society. We have been worked with young people, especially our friend Fırat here. He's going to tell us about his research and study on the subject. Hello. I have been studied on the effects of pornography on adolescents. I like to mention the ages and how it affects their sexual performances. When do you meet with pornography? There's 3 studies age that exposure to pornography is in men 14.3 and girls 14.8. Before 13 years old of age, meeting with pornography in men is 14.4. In 2011, shows that before the age of 13, introduction to pornography is about 48.7. And latest 6 years, we don't have much idea about it. Some people, for us, it's kind of hard because we meet with pornography in later ages. A study that has done between the age of 14 and 17, it significantly associates pornography consumption. Oh, they say they use the word for porno pandemic. Within their ages. Another point is social media. For many pornographic addicts, it makes people dependent. Of course, these are movies, series, and TV shows. I like to give several examples. If you think about these people are between the ages of like 13, 14, we see gambling advertisements and commercials in movies websites. It is so common in Turkey. They bring porn stars Turkey to make an advertisement, and woman concept in games like cosplays, and they imitate these guys. With the costumes, and because they like to they prefer to watch the cosplays. They are fan of. GTA 5 is one of the important one for this. There's 4 scenes in these games that there are women placed in here. In 2005, I like to let's check out the scenes of GTA 6 in 2023. GTA 6 is not only broadcasted by Rockstar, but many game domain has been broadcasted this, and nobody mentioned about why it was so sexual. There was like a red car right there and a woman, and the other one, GTA 6, you see a naked woman on top of another car. GTA never had been a game for children, actually. So nobody asks about it, why they're promoting it in such a commercial way. The statistics shows, let's say, about Fortnite in 2018 and 2022. It has been increased on it. On the right-hand side, in 2022, we see the most searched games like Fortnite, especially caricaturizing the woman image. There's Minecraft there as well. Although there is none sexual content in Minecraft, it is still in the list. Another close subject is called Pornhub. 14, 15 years old kid, when they get interested into this kind of websites, when they click on it, they are getting to know and they are getting introduced into pornography. There are certain news like this, even a category on this subject in Turkish CNN. There you see in the and social media, there are $1 million worth of social media platforms, pages, just like Mr. Harun mentioned. Although you are a normal user, although you don't have any kind of deals with these firms, you might just happen to see them as a pornographic images. There's 22 studies from 7 different countries. It's correlated with aggression. Triggers, what are the triggers? impulsivity and decline in self-control, that what we noticed in this experimental study. Is it only about sexual interpretation, or we can see 88 of the scenes that is physically aggression, 87 of them are just act of it or some violence thing that they're saying. Another study, 122 videos that is posted and analyzed, and consensual aggression is that what we see. This aggression is contained and expressed as a pleasure. Because they're not having healthy education in sexual way, someone who learns about pornography as in 30 years old or later, they put pornography into much different content than someone who meet with the pornography in 13 years old. So automatically what they assume is pornography is linked with aggression and violence. There's two stages of pornography. They don't mention where you meet and build love and trust, but only focuses on foreplay and sexual penetration. And thus pornography affects our public. Early risks of sexual intercourse are, in 2017, study in Australia shows that they have more anal intercourse than those who don't. In 2014, relationship whose partners are watching consuming porn is reported to be forcing into sexual intercourse such as anal sex, because they're searching for experiencing same kind of sexual fantasies in real life. There's abuse and rape in pornography, willingness to repeat the pornographic behavior. Normalizing, internalizing the rape. There was a study made fight and new drug is a similar or what we have in Turkey right now called as NoFap. What has been done in Turkey is that we are having NeverFap Academy. We founded in 2023, was established, and we're trying to help people out with it. Thank you very much. Innocence of our children is affected by such a promotions, and these threats are prevented by our researchers and colleagues. So what we have been talked about mostly looks like this is the least harmful one. But social media issue is something that we need to consider when we think about it. So Mr. Mehmet is going to talk about this issue right now.
Thank you very much for your energetic attitudes after the meal. since 7th of November. We are not actually feeling so well mentally because of the ongoing war in Gaza. May God bless the souls of who died. When you go out on a journey, it is advised that to go with at least 3 people, not to lose the path. My friend brought us here and lead us, and he has a lot of effort on the development our identity. This is washer. This is the cloth washer washing machine in my grandma's house, the one on the left. Excuse me, this is dishwasher. This is one of 33 years old when they first come up to the market. And the one on the right is the one that my mom got and got broken 3 times in a year. In this one, it has only 3 functions, but this one on the right has a lot of features. What is the relevance between these and my presentation? When a device goes from simple to complex, they lose some of their strength. And people and the relation a person that creates between himself and the environment and the objects around his environment is kind of similar. When you break simplicity, complexity may create problems. 300 years ago, there were also external and internal attention breakers. And there are stimuli in the outside world. And when we look at these impulses that triggers a person, is that we see the evaluation stage. What social media does these days is that the time interval between we see the stimuli and react accordingly, they make researches about that time interval. This is a disaster for academic people because gathering their attention, and as an academic, gathering the attention of students and give them lecture becomes harder and harder day by day. These are designed this way. I was an assistant in UCLA, and one of the ladies' job was to make a research about the losing a child. At this point, whenever I don't feel the vibration of my phone, or I feel that if I cannot answer my phone, it makes me restless. When it becomes normal for each members of family to use an electronic device, what we see is that we also we also give answers to the messages, even if we all as a family was watching our favorite show. Especially the age between 2 and 4, the children cannot consume the content and show some attitudes like one in autism spectrum. Neurological system and emotional system is affected by the parasite-like contents. Edward Louis Bernays is the writer of the book Propaganda, which I definitely would like you to read. This is a book about how to manipulate the society. American tobacco company creates a cigarette brand, slim cigarette brand named Virginia
Slim.
And women were not attending universities, they were banned from it. And they formed a bulletin on the 4th of July, and they advised women to go to the square and smoke these slim cigarettes. What they were not aware of, that they were photographed by some newspaper people, and they were published. So the most profit is made by the smoking company. TikTok was invented. It entertains people, and during the pandemic, we couldn't do many things physically, so we had to circularize this energy. What happened was TikTok was invented, and there were some trends going on, and Mustafa Hoca mentioned Judith Butler is a twisted person in academy. A psychologist in Canada said Netanyahu to give them hell. Social scientists, we need to be aware of what we get from the social scientists. Judith Butler, although she is a woman, her birth sex is a woman, but she says that she invents the concept of gender. There are some filters in internet which can make your voice thinner and disappear your facial hair, so you can experience being woman virtually. Italian physicist Carlo Lovelli, he has a theorem that this space is not consisted of void. The relation between our theory and this theory is that when you look at my jacket, it seems like hole, but actually it has interlocks between them when you look closely. When you die, you just transform the energy into some other thing. That means there is no void between the circles. When I was little, my father had an office, and I used to work there all the summer vacation. And my grandfather was sending me to the mosque, and as Surya mentioned that I asked the manager of Microsoft that you invent these games, what are your children do? And they said that our children is allowed only 2 hours on the weekend to play with these games. So I asked what they do. They were going on forests, they were doing some hobbies together, and they were teaching how to agriculture and know the plants themselves, and they are leading their children towards these activities. Do I have time? Okay. Wonderful. If a person naturally prefers the things that does not cause pain. Lately, we are lately there is this understanding that if I'm not happy, the problem is with me. I am the problematic one. Being peaceful, but being peaceful and the hedonistic happiness, that is what we come across. We go from one to another and we are kind of confused. In social media, Instagram, when we get 250 likes and become happy, is not a real happiness actually. Raising a child requires a village, a whole village. So the time spent with child can also give you happiness, and the likes you get when you share your vacation place may bring happiness as well, but there is difference between these. If our baseline is 3 units and Instagram increases it immediately towards 11 units. So when we go back to 3 units, we kind of feel unhappy. So it is like addiction. We need to do more to become happy as much. The brain is very complex and vulnerable. So at this point, we can say that being selective and detecting alternatives and focusing on this is becoming important. And willpower is what makes us choose our attention goes to. Because because recently attention time interval is decreased down to 2 seconds. I recommend Emotional Intelligence, the book named Emotional Intelligence. Young people, what they go through internet, what they experience in virtual environment causes them to not have empathy. Before you do anything, stimulation comes from your screens, from your phone screens, and commercials use the same logic, and because of the brain structure, your focus immediately goes to the commercial. The algorithm is the strongest in FYP page. Here, lesbian community, if you like hashtags related to lesbian or gay community, you immediately come across the contents regarding these topics. When we talk about identity development, young people start saying that whatever was considered wrong in the past are now changing. One of my clients came to me, and he was a father. They belonged to a certain society, and his son come to him and says, well, aren't they who march for LGBT support not right? Don't they have the right to march and support? Information bombardment is also there. The young people cannot be selective. So since they don't have a turning pivot point, they cannot make choices and become vulnerable. There was adolescence back then, and being an adult. But now they are creating a concept that emerging adulthood. They are consuming contents in their parents' house. They say that this is going to cause many problematic situations to world economy. With the social media's beauty concept, within this concept, UK stated that Instagram and TikTok was the most harmful platforms. They choose those platforms as being the most harmful. Here, what else also normalized is to hush a crying baby with the tablets and telephone screens. We as parents have many responsibilities. We have to reflect what our beliefs are and what our activities are to our children. Think like this. Your child is 10 years old, and a truck arrives by, and your child approaches to that truck and stays there for a couple hours, and when he comes back, he's so happy. Metaphorically, think about this example. It is the similar situation when they go to their rooms, they spend time in their social media account, and when they come out, they feel happier because they feel they are seen, they feel they are heard. Peter Singer, Australian philosopher, wrote an article in 1970s. Normal is the new Satan. UNICEF and starting of the feminism, those era. If you don't support feminism and UNICEF back then, it was okay. But if you are not doing it later times, if you're buying some coat for yourself and not donating to UNICEF, They make you look bad. They make you feel bad for that. You, for example, some people from a rural area can become successful businessmen, and minority. The concept here is the minority forcing the majority by excluding them to do what the minority wants them to do. Then we start to begin becoming rootless trees that have no connection with the earth. We are in a constant conflict here, where I don't know, but this is a photograph. This is a picture of 3 generations, and the one on the left is a family in 2 generations. We don't see addictions, gambling addictions too much, or other types of addictions in the villages, because people tend to live like their ancestors. When they live with their ancestors, they bury them, they live in the same land, so they tend to live like their ancestors, and they continue the customs. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you to Mr. Mehmet, and to you for your patience. We had 5 speakers, and they handled very important matters. We talked about social media addiction, gambling addiction, many addictions. What I would like to emphasize here is that we need not to take one of the 2 dangers. The danger is approaching, but we are not solutionless. What we want for a human being is to live with their natural state, because of this, addiction industry's job is harder than ours. But the difference here is they don't quit fighting to drag people into addictions. They put continuous effort into this industry. So we have to be alike. They used to say, from whom did you learn morals? And a person said, from immoral people. Finally, I can say we are not hopeless case, and the new generation is not a hopeless case either. We have not to dragged into despair. If we keep our hope, and if we keep our efforts to fight against, we can solve all the problems. Addiction, when we say addiction, we're not talking about only one person's weakness. Addiction industry is, even if a person is strong and has willpower, this industry can trick these people. So, without blaming the addicted person, we need to do what we have to do. First, we will not blame the person, addicted person. We went through this pandemic. Whenever a person gets viruses, we didn't blame them to get virus. We helped them, we cured them, we supported them with medicine and teas and stuff. So whoever are in the hands of this addiction industry, we need to approach them with affection and support. But what here we see is a very powerful addiction industry. Parents should change their attitudes, the language they use, and their behaviors. Even this change is done, we still may not get a result. You know, Africans have a saying that if you want to raise a child, you need the whole village to involve, because a child raised by seeing, by being a part of that community. Parents who have such considerations need to be united under the umbrella of NGOs like Cfpp and create some possibilities, some opportunities to help each other. We need each other's support and inspiration. We also need to warn officials as well. In Turkey, we have really social we have Minister of Youth, Minister of Family. They can create foundations and facilities that our youth need. We need to ask from our municipalities to provide these facilities. We need to use every opportunity we have. Finally, there has to be some legislations about this subject, about this frame. Unfortunately, in Turkey, whatever legislation or laws done, in Turkey there are always protests, and the authority just backsteps from the changes they make. So we need to have some legal limitations for the people who do bad things and spread the bad. We need to pursue this as well. Emir Hoca is going to speak today or tomorrow? Let me see. Today, right? Legislative. Yes, Emir Hoca will talk about legal laws, digital addictions to be considered legally, and we have to stand by our government, and none of the arrangements should face protests or bans. I thank everyone in this organization and for your attendance. Thank you. We thank you so much. You are managing this session very well. Thank you.
Konuklar, kıymetli misafirler.
Dear guests, we are continuing our program. It is very intense. We would like to invite our speakers. Here, very dear guest is among us. Dear Professor Dr. Sefa Saygılı, I would like to invite him with your applauses.
Evet hocam, hallettik. Eşcinsel zaman verelim değil mi?
Yok. Çıkarken zaten alırız kitapları. Öyle yapacağız. He?
Full ekran yapmamız gerekiyor.
Kitap, evet imzalı.
Full ekran. Şöyle göstereyim. Bu ileri. Bu ileri. İki tane büyük tuş. Evet. Bir oynatın. Bir de geri gelelim. Tamamdır. Yansıtıyoruz. Mikrofon bu mu? Bunu da kullanabilirsiniz, onu da kullanabilirsiniz. Sonunuzu yansıtıyoruz.
Ne kadar kibarsınız.
Evet.
Dear President Ms. Suhal and our leader, dear Dr. Mertar. Can you hear me now? Yes. Today I am going to talk about psychiatric problems related to gay lifestyle. I would like to mention several notes. Being gay and having a gay lifestyle is two different things. We have such cases that a person is gay, but we would like to take a minute of yours. Yes. As I say, there is nothing called gay gene. It is impossible to it is impossible to state that a person is gay from the birth. There is no scientific researches or evidences related to this. And the gay population among men is not 10%, it is around 1% in America. And another point here is recently through media and movies, people who are stating that they're bisexual are increasing. The number of these people are increasing. LGBT society is they are having a lot of bodily and psychological health problems. Many of them by society to accept homosexual lifestyle, the increase in diseases is seen. The medical doctors or health workers who says that homosexuality is an appropriate thing are subject to discrimination. Recently, society and our children are tried to be shaped to be unisex people. The findings, depending on 500 people, that being a male or female is depending on 2 chromosomes, but being gay has no genes. The reaction against homosexuality is there from the ancient times, actually. Almost all the culture finds homosexuality immoral. What is the reason behind it? I guess it is because homosexuality is not compatible with our nature. Recently, homosexuality is taken out from DSM, but people tend to be homosexual, has substance abuse, thoughts of suicidal thoughts and attempts, depressions, taking risks, and eating disorders they present. They have anxiety. They have substance abuses as well. 16.9% of heterosexual male are experiencing psychological problems. This rate is increased to 25.9% in gay men and about 40% for bisexual men. Homosexuality is causing many mental disorders and mental diseases. I would like to mention some. One of them is depression. Homosexuality, the effect of homosexuality on mental health, a research done about it on 1,255 people. The ratio for homosexual people to have major depression is 71%. And those who are not homosexual, this ratio is 38%. According to the research, being excluded from society, acting like not a homosexual person, hating himself, shame, and not confirming their homosexuality from the from the view of morals and religious point of view. There are a lot of researches done about that. Anxiety disorder is another health issue that homosexual people experience. Smoking is also has higher rate for gay people. They are, according to the research, in America, people who are not gay has smaller smoking rates. And alcoholism is another problem. In the research, 52% of the contributors have addiction problems. According to another report, substance abuse is another problem that has higher rates in homosexual society. In a research, 13% are using substances, but they are not addicted. But 5% of them are labeled as strictly addicted. Substance abuse is 7 times bigger in gay community. Again, these LGBT people are labeled and isolated. At the same time, people who are LGBT members who are using drugs and substances, they are in a situation to be a sex worker in order to provide for their drugs. Some LGBT people who are addicted are refusing therapies to get rid of it. There are also it is also common use cocaine-like materials, and some of them has a lot of sexual intercourses with different people. In a study done in Turkey, 1/4 of gay community has suicidal attempts. This is another aspect of mental health. And one research says that 31% of LGBT individuals have depression symptoms, and 24% of them has anxiety. Another mental disorder here is eating disorders and self-image unsatisfaction. It is also common. People who are gay and bisexual and live in America, 15% of them has bulimia, and some of them has binge eating or anorexia. Another face of the matter is that abusing children. We mentioned that the gay rate is 1 to 3% in the society, but abusing children is 33%. This pedophilia says, in a research, states that 73% of gay people have intercourse between the age of 16 and 19 children with the age between 16 and 19. And there are some other psychiatric problems as well. They experience more of partner violence, sexual violence, and stalking. They have sexual sadism, masochism, fantasy. Some of these attitudes may cause and lead some diseases as well. Anal sex can cause strictures and bleeding and muscle disforms. And HIV and AIDS is another gay pandemic, actually. Prostitution is one of the bad sides of it. Bisexual male creates another problem because they transmit the diseases to the women. They act like a bridge of diseases between gay male and heterosexual female as well. STDs are there, anal cancer, rectum bleeding, an increase in HIV is another aspect of the gay lifestyle. When they become elder, gay people experience some other problems. They have a lot of struggles due to chronic physical and psychological mental problems, mental struggles. Again, they have tendency to be in poverty and have suicidal thoughts, and loneliness is seen more often. Being gay and having a gay lifestyle is different from each other. We have to help those homosexual people who are able to control their impulses and not act according to their impulses. We have to support them. In 2009, masculinized language excludes women, they say, and they're promoting heterosexual lifestyle, and they're promoting familial values. So these books were blamed for bringing up these concepts as if they were some sort of crimes. And men and boys are subject to strong behaviors, harsh behaviors, in order to prepare them for military. I recommend this book from Cognos Publishing. They're selling it outside as well. I took some information from there. And secondly, I would like to mention one or two stuff about digital addiction, although it is mentioned before. Digital addiction has entered our lives a lot in pandemic process. It is excessive usage excessive usage causes communication problems, loneliness, and lower self-esteem. And digital addiction may lead to anxiety, depression, lack of attention, and hyperactivity disorders as well. Technology addiction also brings restlessness, agitation, and anger. It can increase impulsivity, and this type of addiction also may cause problems in societal, familial, and physical problems. They brought up a client to me who was very successful in academics, but his parents told me that the child become addicted to digital media and quit school, quit studying. It is such a shame that a person, such bright person, becomes into this situation. The daily usage of internet was 8 hours. We spent a lot of time in front of our computers. Digital addiction may cause some psychological diseases. One of them is hikikomori phenomenon. They tend to close them into their houses. They don't get out of the house. The second one is ego surf. The third one is block stalking. It is like block stalking is screening some other people's blog pages and publish them on other platforms. YouTube narcissism and is something like a person creates another character, like alternative character. Google stalking is another concept here. If a person, let's say, coughs, they search it through Google. They search it on Google. What may be the causes? How can it be treated? And when they go to a doctor, they have great information actually to talk about, and they spend hours. Photolurking. It is a concept that indicates following other people and writing comments and clicking like buttons. Wikipedialism is another one, and Crackberry is another one another concept. Crackberry is defined as checking very high-placed managers and renowned people's mails. Another concept is FOMO disease. Another one is nomophobia. Another one is selfitis, which is defined as taking selfies a lot in numbers and publish them on digital media. These are the classifications worldwide. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. It was very useful. Dear guests, We thank a lot to Professor Dr. Sefa Saygılı for his presentation. Everybody ate and we are kind of losing our energy. I thought of playing some music and I realized that Yüce Larsen is backstage. I thought to myself, just stand still, but I will do that anyway. Let's hype a little. Is that okay? But let's do that together. Let's do that together.
Lerden bir sabah gelecek. Gergin uykulardan, kör gecelerden bir sabah gelecek, kardan aydınlık. Sonra düğüm düğüm bilmecelerden bir sabah gelecek, kardan aydınlık. Sonra düğüm düğüm bilmecelerden bir sabah gelecek, kardan aydınlık. Yeter, uyandık artık yani, uyandık. Ben şu çevirmen arkadaşı merak ediyorum. Nasıl çevirdi acaba misafirlerimiz? Umarım iyi çevirmiştir. Ve şimdi de alkışlarınızla
And now with your applauses, Dr. David Pickup. I am going to invite Mr. David Pickup here.
Yıldız Hanım, sizi yukarıya rica edeceğiz. Sayın Yücel hocamız da geldiğinde kendisini de bekliyoruz.
I didn't know Turks were that good of singers. That was beautiful. Honored guests and colleagues and professionals, and I'm sure family and friends, and my colleagues here who are putting this whole thing together, and my colleagues, great speakers, doctors, who are here to speak such great words that I hope have been very informative for you. I want to thank you all for having me here. Just to be an American here, to eat at your table and to speak to you is a rich opportunity. And I want to tell you, I'm so impressed by the generosity and the knowledge and education and professionalism of this group. And I'm sure there are many more people that are around the city that are like you and that are passionate about the family and about their religious beliefs and about the dire need that is present upon you. It's certainly present even more in my country, and my colleagues and I are trying to do all we can, like you, to combat the forces that are basically lies. And it's not that we don't have great compassion, we do, but we have to battle lies with truth and back that up with the evidence for that. So thank you again for having me. You've heard a lot of things that have gone wrong all day long, a lot of problems, a lot of dire situations, and that can create so much dysfunction and tragedy and mental health issues, other aspects. And now I want to inform you, on the other hand, of that things don't have to be that way. Things don't have to be so bad. There are answers, and I'm hopefully going to present some answers here for you today that represents breakthroughs in treatment for trauma and addictions. And I do mean all traumas and all addictions. What I'm introducing for some of you, although some of you already know about the therapy I'm going to be discussing and the treatment, but what I'm going to be discussing is basically a new form of treatment for these issues. In psychology, new means 5 or 10 years old. And so there needs to be, of course, more research done on all our things. We're champions of research, and just like new things and old things, we need to do more research. IMTT is no exception. But I truly think that one of the primary pieces of this new treatment called image transformation therapy, and I'll give you the website, it's imttherapy.com, imttherapy.com. You can look it up right now if you wish. Dr. Miller in San Diego gave us a great gift several years ago when he created this. I've since helped to modify it. I think it's in a great condition right now. I'm going to tell you some things about IMTT. I think some of you here have already been trained by me and my colleague as well here. Some of you have already experienced some benefits of IMTT, and so hopefully you can help spread the good news if it feels like good news for you. But first I'm going to ask you some questions. What if it was possible to permanently remove any addiction within 1 to 3 months? What if it was possible to permanently remove any single trauma event within 1 to 3 sessions? Well, IMTT is based fundamentally, philosophically, on the principle that the mind and body tend to heal themselves. We already know that the body tends to heal itself. When you cut your finger, you don't have to look at your finger and say, get ready, go, heal. It starts to happen automatically because the brain, the mind, survival mechanisms, it knows what it's doing unconsciously. When you break your leg and go to the doctor never heals anybody of a broken leg. He merely sets the bone and the body heals itself. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Well, we believe that there are more advanced ways now to let the mind heal itself from things like traumas that are deeply embedded because of the high emotions that keep them embedded in the mind-body system, and even addictions. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it today. I won't be exhaustive today because I don't have enough time to go into all of this, but I'll hopefully say some things that will be an introduction into IMTT. So, I want to ask you, to give you an example of what this may be like. You're wondering, well, what are probably some of the cases? What have you actually seen in your office or in your internet sessions? Well, what if you had someone come in your office, let's say a 15-year-old girl, who was, for whatever reason, dysfunction of an elevator. When she was 15, she's now 50, but in 40 years ago, she was trapped in an elevator for 5 hours. Nobody could rescue her. She was all alone. And by the end of that 5 hours, when she finally was rescued, she had blood on her hands trying to crawl her way out because she was so panicked, driven, and terrified. And what if she'd been suffering all these many years? Doctors gave her anxiety medications. They probably helped a little bit, but not nearly enough. And she'd been dealing with an anxiety issue for decades just because of this one trauma incident that was stuck in her mind emotional system. She had panic attacks. Can you imagine that? Well, imagine if she came to your office and she was told to define feelings such as the terror she felt in the form of a color. In case you don't know already, the mind has an ability to make synonymous a feeling with a color. Sometimes we do that automatically without thinking about it. Sometimes we'll call depression, oh, I'm blue, or sadness, I'm blue, or some of the shades associated with depression are, I feel black, or I feel gray, something like that. Well, if she was asked to define her feeling of terror in that elevator incident as black, what if the client then was asked to pixelate the color of this feeling using imagery in her own mind with the guidance of the counselor, and saw in her own mind and felt these pixels of color flowing out of her entire body parts, her entire body system, as she breathed in and out, thoroughly through the body. Let's say because of that act alone, because remember, the mind heals itself and it tends to cooperate when it knows that something healing is being asked of it. What if she then experienced a naturally reduced emotion of trauma, greatly reduced, so that when she re-imaged that same memory, she felt just by draining that color, pixelating the color and draining it out of her system, that she felt the terror go way down. Then, imagine if her mind would cooperate with her to pixelate and get rid of, through various forms that she invents, the image of that elevator scene, the moment of trauma that captured an image that was stuck in her. Imagine that pixelated image, and as she breathed out those pixels of that image in all the parts of her body, again through the guidance of a counselor, it exited her system naturally, and she saw the destruction of that image, and in any way she wanted to see this. Imagine that. Well, just like any computer, which the brain really is. In fact, I'd like to suggest for the rest of the time you think about the brain as a computer, a supercomputer. Your brain knows exactly wherever they are, in your brain somewhere are those files of trauma and addictions, frankly, anything actually. It knows exactly where those things are. Your brain will automatically locate them if it's asked to through processes. Well, just like any computer, since the mind knows where these trauma files are, what if about at the end of the procedure, doing these two things that I just mentioned, that took about 20 to 30 minutes, what if this client was literally crying tears of joy at the end of the process, and at the end of that process had no anxiety or no panic when she remembered, in fact she could barely remember, the same incident that had haunted her for decades? What if she told you that it just didn't bother her anymore? Now, what if 2 years later, it never came back? What would you think? Moving on to another case. Can you imagine a young man, let's say, coming to your office with a gay porn addiction? I don't know if, I'm sure many of you know what gay porn typically is. It's two men having some kind of, primarily it's two men kind of having some kind of sex or individual sex, what the case. But it gets pretty wild in gay porn. Very addictive for many individuals who have that issue. Well, let's say he discovered, because you worked with him for a few minutes at least, maybe sometimes a little bit longer, let's say he discovered that he felt defective and powerless in his male identity ever since, for years, ever since his early childhood, brought on by many traumas where he was shamed and bullied and hurt very much, sometimes by his parental figures, especially male figures, sometimes by male peers and bullies in school, and just felt awful about himself, and felt even worse that it was more or less permanent. Basically the shutting down, the unfulfillment of that male programming of his own computer inside of his own mind and heart. And imagine then, as soon as he saw his first male gay porn image, that excited him so much because it filled that need, supposedly, of secure male identity. So when he looked at that picture, he felt secure because he was getting in touch with someone who has secure, strong male identity in those porn images. What happens in that moment is bringing up another concept. It's very simple but very profound. His mind has formed in that moment a kind of cognitive emotional hook up in his mind. So let me explain it further. If it's true, and I'm just talking about men right now or boys, if it's true that maleness is a God-given program inside of you, it must be fulfilled. A boy can't not be a man. It's impossible. He's programmed for that whether he likes it or not. Imagine that need for maleness never being fulfilled, or worse, shamed out of him through the things, the traumas that I was talking about. That his body unconsciously in his mind is constantly looking for male need fulfillment. Well, what if he can't feel it subjective inside of his own body? The only other way to get it at that point, automatically even, unconsciously even, is for him to find male identity in the body of another man. And sometimes those are the bodies, frequently nowadays, because of the internet, in the bodies of men on the internet with pornography. Every time, and I do mean every single time for the last 15 years I've been doing this work of regular therapy and then IMTT later. Whenever a guy reflects on himself for even a few minutes, he realizes in therapy, sometimes for the first time, that he's objectifying the male body he thinks is so marvelous, so attractive, so great. And when he turns the camera around to himself and his own body, what do you think he feels? He feels awful about himself. He gets in touch with that feeling of being defective. And he really feels these traumatic feelings of fear and shame especially, and it's very painful. But all the gay porn emotionally anesthetizes that issue. So in that moment, maleness is triggered as an object, therefore turns erotic in his own mind, and that's what the real issue is. The issue really isn't about sex. Not really. It is, but not really. The fundamental issue below all addictions is what's called a feeling state, and that hookup in the mind is called a feeling state. In this case, the feeling state would be defined as masculinity that got eroticized and hooked up in the brain. So this is why guys have so much trouble saying no to male pornography, because if he has that hookup or that feeling state in the brain, in the mind, asking himself or anyone else asking him not to look at gay male porn is just like telling him at that moment he can't be in touch with maleness. That's what the real addiction is. It's not really about sex. It could just as easily be some other issue like acceptance or love or desirability. Those are all feeling states. But when those things get eroticized through pornography, they get hooked together. And asking people to not do that, not act out on that, is telling them they can't have these basic needs. Those needs eroticized are not healthy for them, but that's how it feels to them, and that's why they keep returning. And so, can you imagine then, moving on with this gentleman that we've been talking about, how he might feel about his own sense of masculinity when he gets rid of all those issues. Since he was created to fulfill his male programming subjectively, his mind would automatically cooperate. Can you imagine this? I'm asking you to imagine things right now. We're not doing image therapy right now, but I am trying to help you use your imagination to see if you can see what I see. His mind would automatically cooperate with IMTT imagery to color the feeling state of masculinity, see the color, which is masculinity in that case, drain out of the image, then destroy or deconstruct the image in his mind. At the end of one, maybe two sessions, we're just doing one moment of porn at a time. At the end of one or two sessions, the homoerotic impulse, imagine it completely dissipated or greatly reduced. If it's on a scale from 0, meaning nothing, no eroticism, to 10, let's say he was at a 0 or a 1. Imagine that after a session or two. And imagine if he wondered aloud that he wasn't feeling an erotic pull at all. Can you imagine that? And that he found it hard to believe that he was attracted to this porn image in the first place. And when asked, what did he think about getting masculinity from a guy in the porn, what if he looked at you and said, that's ridiculous, doesn't make sense. I want to be that guy, I don't want to have sex with him. What if they said that to you in your office? Can you imagine that this young man experienced no or very little erotic feelings for this porn image After several days, maybe. Can you imagine if he never experienced eroticism for those images after several weeks, a month, years? Imagine that after years, he was down to a 0 or 1 on any kind of pornography at all. What if this man happened to be engaged, or let's say already married, and wanted to love and enjoy his wife even more? And that was one of the aspects of why he wanted to get rid of this addiction to porn. Imagine that. Well, I'm here to tell you today, even though I'm not telling you all the details of IMTT I wish I could have time for, I'm here to tell you today that it's not just a theory. It's not just your imagination. These individuals that I've just described have been my clients over the past 2 years. The results I described are real and lasting. In my opinion, virtually all my clients are experiencing the same results over time. There are some exceptions, and they're normal exceptions to all therapeutic interventions. Again, in most people's experience, it's very common. You do find out sometimes, I just wanted to say this bit, because I don't want you to seem like, I don't want you to think that I'm talking about this therapy as a miracle, or it's light switch therapy. In one session, they're totally healed of all their issues. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that IMTT is a very much more efficient and much deeper way to truly heal from the foundation up. Instead of just a behavioral program, it heals from the inside out. And in my opinion, and my experience, after years of doing this and hearing the same results client after client, they're experiencing these things that I just described to you. Almost every day in my practice, I have someone who is undergoing this treatment specifically for a porn image. And for most clients, it takes 1 or 2 images to completely get rid of the effects, the attraction for that image. And that experience bleeds over and can bleed over, so to speak, in their everyday experience, because obviously their sexuality sometimes often extends to people in their everyday real lives. So in other words, it's pretty incredible, because whenever we remember people, or the people we meet, even on the street, we feel of attraction for, that's an image. If you think about it, our memories are composed of thousands upon thousands of individual pictures, if you will. And so whatever that client brings in, if we use IMTT for it, whether it's the underlying trauma or whether it's the overlying reaction to trauma, which is, in this case, pornography, could be any addiction on anything, by the way. When you heal the trauma enough, and when you heal the compensatory mechanisms like homosexual gay porn or the other addictions, then the whole thing, believe it or not, tends to just go away. Now, clients will usually be in therapy not just a few days or even a few weeks. It takes a while. You don't have to work on every single image that's in his mind. You don't have to do that. But we find that when we hit the main memories, whether it's trauma or whether it's addictions, when we hit enough of those primary images, we hit the roots of the tree, the roots of the problem, so to speak. And when that happens, the whole tree tends to fall. So our clients are saying to us on a regular basis, I just don't have, they're either saying 1 or 2 things basically. There's some variation, but they're basically saying one or two things. I just don't have these feelings for this anymore. Or, yeah, once in a while I've got some attractive feelings a little bit, but they're easily dismissed. It's not that big of a deal. Well, in terms of results for therapy, it sounds too good to be true. I didn't believe this. But at first, I didn't believe this. But after 5 years of having consistent success with almost every client, even clients from other countries and all over the United States, even some Turks, by the way, I'm hearing the same results, and my colleagues are hearing the same results too. Now, later on, you're going to hear from one of our other doctors who's even got more advanced news on other procedures that are going to probably blow your mind as well. But I'll let him speak to that. But so for right now, IMTT seems to be a true breakthrough in the science of therapeutic intervention. And so I wanted to give you what I consider good news of true, real success. And I do realize that I need to be skeptical, like any scientist would need to be. That's part of the basis of good science, good research. We are first skeptical, and so in general, in layman's terms, the test of time will truly tell the tale. But folks, I gotta tell you, I keep waiting for a client who's been through IMTT to come back and say, hey, you wasted my money, and this therapy's expensive, and my homosexual feelings for that porn, they all came back, full force. I'm not hearing it after 5 years. It sounds incredible. So I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to do your own research. I want you to, if you'd like to, ask me questions later on. You can email me anytime you wish. You can attend one of the trainings that I'm doing already for some of you here, but later on in the year I'll be holding more trainings. It's a very simple training process. You won't believe how simple it is. But then I keep remembering when I have doubts, two things. The experience of my actual clients. I don't lead them and tell them what they should be feeling. I never do that. But they're all saying pretty much the same thing. And number two, over time, that consistency of their experience, I keep checking with them, and I just don't hear, even if it comes back a little bit, we work on it again, and I'm not hearing any trauma or addictive issues come back at all or anywhere near the problems that they've had before. And so that's another reason why I'm glad to be here to talk to you today, to introduce to you this breakthrough. If you're interested, check it out for yourselves. Go to the website. We need to do more research because it's in its infancy, just like EMDR, which is a great form of therapy too. But just like EMDR, it's in its infancy like it was 30 years ago. Well, we're still in the new stages. So if you'd like to train or create research programs, then I would highly suggest it. And if I can help the good folks here in Istanbul or Turkey as much as I can with this, I really think it's going to be one piece that's going to change the world. Can you imagine if everything I'm saying is true, or is at the very least true for most people who've gone through incredible trauma? Can you imagine? Think about the folks that you've been hearing about in the news, the folks that you have in your offices, for those of you who are therapists, psychologists, whoever. Think about the people who have been traumatized by war, traumatized by families that, for whatever reason, God bless them, but for whatever reason, they're highly dysfunctional, who've got addictions that are just tearing their lives apart. Can you imagine, if this is true, of how that's going to affect their lives and their families' lives? I want to encourage you to check it out for yourself. I want to encourage you to don't believe me just because I'm saying it, but if you have an interest in this, I'm here to reveal this to you and to encourage you to seek out what you need to for these processes, especially those of you who are licensed professionals. I want to also encourage, because you know, in America we have the same problem. There's not many men who are therapists anymore. So I want to encourage you strong, powerful women, wow, you. I want to encourage especially you men here, thank you very much for your attendance, but also you powerful women. I want to encourage you, we have a saying in America, I don't know if it's inappropriate here or not, but I'll say it. We have a statement here in America that says, kick your butt, okay? So if you can do that with as many men, and I mean that in a compassionate way, help to inspire boys or adolescents or men going to college. Help inspire them that there's a rich world that's extremely rewarding for psychology, a rich world. Psychology is getting better and better because we have people like all these doctors here, because we have new things that have come across, because we're a rising movement that is tired, sick and tired of the old ways that have become so liberal and so abusive to the family and to individuals. We're not willing to put up with it any longer. And I think you have that spirit. Am I right? Okay. That's all I have. I could go into a lot more. I could go into what are some of the roadblocks to sometimes the things that prevent a person from succeeding in this therapy. I could go into what training looks like for people. I could go into a little bit more theory about why this works. But I want you to at least know that our beliefs are probably the same. I believe that we're created by God with internal mechanisms where we can rely much more on the power of the brain, the mind, the heart to heal itself. And any procedure that is not totally man-made, but is really begins with the importance and the design of the creation of God, I think that's going to be by nature both a much quicker and a more thorough, effective process. And that is what I believe IMTT is based on. That's why I started with that philosophy today. So again, the website is, well, there's two websites. There's my own personal website, which is, I'll go ahead and say it, davidpickuplmft.com. That's davidpickuplmft.com. But Dr. Miller, who's the great creator of IMTT several years ago in San Diego, I trained with him personally. The main website for IMTT is imttherapy.com. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to get with you later on. Don't be afraid to email me anytime you want. I don't care how many emails I get. I'm so excited about this new treatment. And for those of you who are maybe here where you've got family members or yourselves where they're in crisis, and for those of you who are therapists and you long to see children and families and adults who are starving for really effective things, who are in such great need because they're in so much pain and so much shame, so much terror, needlessly. Imagine if one day you saw them, at the very least, significantly, naturally, automatically lose or reduce those issues. In many, many cases, just totally resolve the whole issue. Can you imagine how you must feel when you see it happen right there in your office in front of you? Sometimes, folks, I do have clients, and their tears come down their faces because they realize their trauma is gone, and it doesn't come back. So far, I have an open mind. I'm waiting for the day when it comes back, but I'm here to tell you that's not been my experience so far. So if you can imagine what a gift this may be, and if it seems worthwhile and worth a try for you, I want to encourage you to take what I've said and do your own research, and bless you in everything you do. Thank you again for letting me talk to you today. I truly appreciate being here. If I can help you in the future for any of you, I'm here for you. Thank you.
Sayın David Pickup'a gerçekten çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Biz bu yola çıktığımızdan beri kıymetli Merter hocamız hiçbir zaman bizi yalnız bırakmadı. Sefa saygılı hocamız. Allah onlardan razı olsun. Yurt dışından da David Pickup ve Mike Davidson. Gerçekten bilim kurumumuzun kıymetli hocaları şu anda yanımızda zaten. Allah onlardan razı olsun. Çok emekleri var. Tabii IMTT kıymetli ve önemli bir yöntem. Bunu psikologlara tavsiye ediyoruz. Bize geri dönen, aile olarak gençler ve çocuklar bize başvuranlardan geri dönüşümleri çok olumlu şekilde alıyoruz. Hatta gerçi bir uluslararası sempozyumda bu kadar konuşma hakkım olur mu bilmiyorum ama bugün çok anlamlı bir hediye aldık. Yani hediye şöyle söylemek istiyorum. Bize kendi çocuğu için başvuran bir hanımefendiyi yönlendirdik. Onun karşılığında bize çok duygulu bir an yaşattı. Sayın David Pickup'a ve Mike Davison'a ve şahsıma özel bir hediye ayarlamış, getirmiş. Ama içine öyle bir mektup koymuş ki ben Sayın Arif Bey'in okumasını istiyorum. Çok duygulandım. Adem Bey'in, çok özür diliyorum. O kadar anlamlı bir şiir yazmış ki ve aynı farklı şekilde Sayın David Bey İngilizce ve Mike Davison'a da İngilizce olarak yazmış. Tabii onların özeli ben paylaşamam ama kendi özelimi paylaşmak istiyorum. Buyurun. Elde yapılmış bir defter bu. Kağıtları elde yapılmış doğal bir defter. 22 adet basılmış. Özel hazırlanmış. Tabii içindeki şiir hepsinden daha özel. Biraz el yazısı sanıyorum.
İnşallah okuruz hocam, okuyabiliriz. Hocam ben birazdan okusam, önce bir baksam
Peki,
okuyabileceğim diye.
birazdan okurken biz Yücel Arzen'i bekletmeyelim daha fazla içeride. Alkışlarla lütfen alalım. Yazı o kadar güzel bir el yazısıyla yazılmış ki temiz, titiz ama tam eski usulde. Çok özel, o yüzden herhalde bir kez okumak istiyorsunuz.
Evet hocam, öyle yapalım.
Evet, alkışlar daha güçlü gelsin.
Sevgili konuklar, kıymetli misafirler. Tabii öyle bir dönemden geçiyoruz ki geçtiğimiz bu dönemde kimileri Gazze'nin adını anmaktan dahi korkuyor. Çıkmış oldukları programlarda, ödül aldıkları programlarda çıkıp evdeki köpeklerinden bahsediyorlar. İşte birçok sanatçıyım diyenlerin böyle yaptığı bir dönemde cesurca ortaya çıkıp öyle bir eser ortaya koydu ki Kassam'a selam söyledi, Gazze'ye selam söyledi, Ebu Ubeyde'ye selam söyledi. Huzurlarınızda Yücel Arzen efendim.
Böyle bir sunumdan sonra hemen şarkı okumam beklenir ama.
Bir şiirimiz var.
Ha tabii. Hay.
Evet. Hazırlanacak mısınız? Peki. Sevgili Yücel Arzen Beyefendi, sizi dinliyoruz. Şiir sonraymış.
Tamam. Şimdi ben buraya gelirken bir dolu not aldım. Eğer vaktiniz varsa aile meselesiyle ilgili ben de bir şeyler söylemek isterim. Olur mu? Olur değil mi? Hocam az önce içeride sunumunu yaparken cinsel yönelim diye bir başlık atıp notlar çıkardım. Erkek nedir? Dişi nedir de Adem nedir? Havva nedir? Ademlik ve Havvalık cinsel organ yeterliliği ya da yetmezliği midir? İnsan soyunun devamı için seçilen bir toplumsal konumlanma mıdır Ademlik ve Havvalık? Bence ikincisi. Hanımlar, beyler, ben eşcinselliğe karşı değilim. Yani onun karşısında bir yerde duruyorum elbette de onu yoksamıyorum. Onun öyle bir şey yok filan demiyorum. Yani insanın başlangıcından beri Hazreti Lut'tan bildiğimiz, devam edecek olan bir hadise bu. Neyine karşı koyacağım ki bunu? Çift cinsiyetli doğanlar var. Eşcinsellik bu manada bir imtihan meselesi. Tıpkı heteroseksüellik gibi. Yani benim imtihanım da erkeklik. Birisinin imtihanı kadınlık. Ben de onunla imtihan edileceğim. Hazreti Adem gibi, içine fırlatıldığımız her şey gibi, zira bizim içine düştüğümüz her şey bir imtihan. İnsanı bir seçim yapmakla var eden bir anlayış var ortada. Batı külliyatı bunun üzerine kurulu. Yani Jean-Paul Sartre'ın özgürlük tanımını hatırlıyorum. Varoluşu bir seçim sonucu elde edilen bir ödül olarak tasarlar. Nasıl? Mesela kitabı, masanın üzerinde duran kitabı okuyup okumamakta özgürsün. Onu yoksadığın zaman. Ama kitaba var deyip ilk satırını okuduktan sonra artık ilk satırından sorumlu birisindir ve özgürlüğün azalmıştır vesaire diyor. Yani bütün Batı kahramanları ta o Perseus'tan, Odysseus'tan itibaren bütünden kopuşla kendisini var eden bir mitolojik, bir ontolojik anlayışa sahip. Şimdi sanayi devrimi sonrası insanı tercihe zorlamışlar, tamam mı? Zorluyorlar. Yani bir tercih sonucunda cinselliğimizi var edeceğiz. Biz erkek miyiz yoksa kadın mı? Bu bir tercih olmalı ki var olabilsin. Şu Wachowski kardeşleri biliyorsunuz işte önce erkekti, sonra kadın oldu, tercih etti ve var oldu. Sonra bir süre sonra o tercih ettiğinden de sıkıldı, şimdi tekrar erkek oluyor. Yani tercih edilen şey vardır. Böyle bir varlık yasası kabul edilebilir bir şey değil. Ama Batı bunu kurdu. Dolayısıyla çocuklara sürekli şu soru soruluyor. Ne düşünüyorsun? Ne hissediyorsun? Tercih ediyor musun? Sürekli tercihe zorluyoruz çocuklarımızı. Oysa bizim inanışımızda asıl olan şey imtihan. Yani mücadelenin kendisi, içine düştüğümüz kabul de bir imtihan. Onu değiştirme ihtiyacımız ve girişimimiz de bir imtihan. Mesele burada eşcinsellerin tarihte ilk kez aile dediğimiz insanın varlığının merkezi olan örgüte olan sarkıntılığı. Eşcinsellerin bu akşam ne yaptıklarıyla hiçbirimiz ilgilenmiyoruz. Ya da benim böyle bir ilgim yok yani ne yapıyorlar? Kim gibi nasıl bu akşam nerede nasıl hiç bununla ilgilenmiyorum ben. Ama onlar ilk kez bu yüzyılda özgürlük, koşulsuz özgürlük, tamam mı? Koşulları olmayan özgürlük bulanmasıyla ilk kez onlar bu yüzyılda Hazreti Adem ve Hazreti Havva olmaya sarkıntılık ediyorlar. Yani iki eşcinselin bir süre sonra evlenme isteği, aile kurma isteği Hazreti Havva ve Hazreti Adem olma hadsizliğine karşıyım ben. Yoksa bu akşam ne yapıyorlar, ne ediyorlar beni hiç ilgilendirmiyor. Doğrusu bu. Biraz daha konuşabilir miyim? Sıkıcı mı?
Yoksa hiç bize kalsa sabah kadar dinleriz.
Ama
Problem değil.
ben
Üç
mesela...
konuşmacımız var. Bir konuşmacımız Amerika'dan canlı bağlanacaklar.
Öyle mi?
Saat
O halde
5'te kendisini almamız gerekiyor.
bir şey söyleyebilir miyim? Bir sürü de not almıştım ya.
Biz sizi yarın gene bekleriz. Memnuniyetle
Yarın gelemem.
dinleriz.
Yarın başka bir şey var. Yarın başka bir işim var. Yani bu aile meselesine ilişkin uzun bir girizgah yapmıştım. Biraz Engels'ten, biraz Fromm'dan, biraz Freud'dan filan böyle bir takım şeylerle.
Hocam biz sizi o zaman özel bir gün ağırlayacağız sizi bu durumda.
Yani,
ne dersiniz? Söz verir misiniz?
Bilmiyorum. Bilemiyorum.
Bir alkış lütfen, bir alkış.
Şimdi tamam peki. Ama bu az önce söylediğim mesele önemliydi. Yani cinsellerin aile kurmaya olan asıl karşı çıktığım şey. Çünkü insan varlığını ve devamlılığını Hazreti Adem ve Hazreti Havva rolleriyle devam ettirmek durumunda. Aksi takdirde yıkılır ve varlığımız yıkılır. Konuyu böyle özetleyeyim. Şimdi geçenlerde bir şarkı yayınladım. Azıcık da ondan biraz bahsedeyim. Çünkü yani niye böyle bir şarkı yaptım? Niye bu kadar hard? Bu kadar şiddetli? Ben Türkiye'deki özellikle Müslüman sanatçıların biraz erotik bir yanlarının olduğunu fark ettim bu şarkıyı yaparken. Mesela meydanlara, katillere haykırmaya durdum ve mesela ilk sanatçı orayı katillere değil de zalimlere diye değiştirirdi. Kassam yerine kalbim diyerek yumuşatırdı. Yani oradaki o yaşanan şiddetle de erotik bir zanaat kuruyorlar. Erotik bir zanaat. Demek istediğimi anlatabildim mi? Yani oradan yanına tam şarkıyı yaptıktan sonra Cemadriyan'ın yine katilin ismini vermeyen
Just about I created the song, Cemadrian made an explanation. He took the microphone and he sing a song about Palestine people who are killed. He didn't mention any names about those who are responsible for the killing of these children. I am opposed to those artists who are creating erotic art against these murderers. If my song includes violence, let it be. But the song is good, huh? If anyone needs it, after all these speeches, whoever needs it, I offer to sing it together. Shall I? Shall I sing? Applaud, please. Strong applause. Okay. I'm not going to sing. Look, I'm going to say something. Take it. How is it? Increase the volume a little more and give the music loud, and please you applaud strongly and tempo. I will sing it, otherwise I won't. Open the volume up. Increase it. Come to the squares. Kudus is under attack. To scream to the faces of the murderers, because Jerusalem is under attack. There are no more rain dropping to the land. My heart is silenced and forgotten how to speak. Hit again and again, strike, strike, strike, Qassam. Come on, hit, strike again, Qassam. And the whole world is intifada.
Biz
We are going to win. We are going to win. Give me the music. Salute to you, Abu Ubaidah. Salute to you, the Lion of God. The army of orphans. Destroying the mountains. Babies. We will take their we'll take the revenge of those children who are under the bombs. Strike, strike, strike again, Qassam. We die one, we resurrect as thousands. Strike, strike again, Qassam. All world is intifada now. I hope we make a concert. We would love to hear that again. We are going to gather, especially for you.
Our foreign friends.
Our guests from abroad might be surprised. We came here for Symposium, and what is this songs? Maybe they are surprised. Hope to see you again. Ladies and friends, family is important. Don't forget.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Okey. Tamam, peki. Şimdi Sayın Mike Davison'ı alalım. Emir Kaya hocamız burada mı şu anda? Emir Kaya hocamız, sizi de alalım sahneye. Evet, Mr. Mike Davison. Biraz güçlü.
Into English, into Turkish diyeceğim.
Emir hocam, sizi de şöyle alalım.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I value it highly, and thank you so much for this exposure to culture that is new and refreshing. Thank you so much for that opportunity. I suppose in a way it helps me because I think I'm going to share some of my culture today that might be different. And that's maybe part of the richness of being human, that we are different. So I thought I would start today by just saying something about why I'm here and what my story is. Because there was a time in my life when I was confused around gender and sexuality. And I was disappointed because I felt my faith did not solve my issues. I had been converted, and yet I still had desire for the same sex. And it made me feel shame, and it made me feel as though there was no hope for me. And it began a journey in my life that took me through not only the best of spiritual input and counsel, but also to professionals who helped me to find my way through these issues. And that's why I'm here today, because I am passionate that nobody should close the door to any other human being who wants to walk in a direction away from homosexuality or gender confusion. So for me, it's a very personal thing when governments and politicians and LGBT activists stand up and they say that I should not have the right to move away from unwanted same-sex attraction because that is who I am. I'm here to say that is not who I am. That is who I was. And the direction that I'm going now is the direction I want to go in. I thought today I would just share with you something about some of the organizations that I am now serving in. And Core Issues Trust is the trust, the charity that we run in Northern Ireland as part of the UK. But it has an influence, I believe, across the UK and in some other world regions as well. I just wanted to show you how we are presenting ourselves, because there's 3 dimensions here that we want to do. We want to reach people with scientific truth. We want to make sure that counselors are doing things ethically and properly. We also want to make sure that people have a spiritual home where they can come to. And we also want to impact the churches in our land to make sure that they are consistent with their teaching and what they do in looking after people. So this is how we present ourselves. What we do is explore sexual fluidity. We believe that people have the right and the freedom to choose the direction that they want to go in. Take them seriously.
The Bible promises cleansing. The Bible promises a setting free.
It has been my privilege to be able to share the love of Jesus and the redemptive power of the cross of Jesus Christ with our LGBT friends over here.
We're increasingly finding that we live in monocultures of political orthodoxy. Those celebrating male and female gender roles are finding themselves increasingly under pressure to conform to this new political orthodoxy.
I think this conference is really on a high level, and I particularly like the practical approaches, the new therapeutic approaches that can be very helpful.
All the different people, the professionals, and the stories, the amazing, powerful stories that have the ability to change lives.
We're celebrating freedom from unwanted homosexual or transgender identities.
Change is possible!
X Out Loud is an international community of men and women who left LGBT because they encountered the love of Jesus. Our book, called X Out Loud, Emerging Ex-LGBT Stories, we have here 44 stories from 22 countries all across the world.
What would we want LGBT identifying people to know about Jesus?
This is one of the most quality events, especially if you're interested in understanding the science in a biblical perspective.
We're going to talk about stripping out the New Age from truth in counseling approaches.
Never forget that it's the gospel that changes people, not therapists, not lawyers, not politicians, not lobbyists. It's the gospel.
The declaration, what is it? Some discussion about the science. We found we are not victims. We didn't choose the feelings, but we have choices around the feelings. We believe there are freedoms that need to be protected. And if you feel you can sign it and identify with it, then please do. I do want to thank the organizers of this conference that they've given us the privilege of having simultaneous English translation. Thank you so much for doing that. This is now available on our website so that our members and friends can see what is happening here today. I'm so grateful to be able to understand what is taking place. So thank you so much to the translators. These are some of the most important resources that we have. And I just wanted to thank the 250 people from Turkey who signed the declaration. Thank you so much. There's only about 500 from the USA and about 7 or 1,000 now from the UK. So Turkey has done so well, and we're so grateful for that. Thank you. But here's the problem, folks. The clouds are coming in Great Britain. So the House of Lords is now saying that conversion therapy, what they call conversion therapy, needs to be prohibited, and they have put forward what they call the Conversion Therapy Prohibition Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Bill. What does it mean? Well, this is what it means, essentially. We don't have the full act, but just listen to this. In this act, conversion therapy is any practice aimed at a person or group of people which demonstrates an assumption that any sexual orientation or gender identity is inherently preferable to another, and which has the intended purpose of attempting to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, or suppress a person's expression of sexual orientation or gender identity. I haven't printed out the whole thing. That is what will be banned. So in other words, therapists will not be able to work with people who want to move away from unwanted same-sex behavior because they don't believe that change is possible. And you saw in the video, we do. We think change is possible, and that a degree of change is something that must be allowed. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but you can see there the world map at the moment. You can see the blue in those countries, the blue countries, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, parts of Europe, including Germany. Those are where there is a criminal prohibition against so-called conversion therapy. That is, if you do it, you will be fined or you will be put in prison for up to 3 months. You will be incarcerated for doing it. You can see there are other areas that have only medical professionals who are banned from performing any so-called therapeutic opportunity around this area. I won't go into details, but you can find those online, and if you want the presentation, it's there. If you look at the countries, look at where it's going, you can see as far back as 2014, Ecuador imposed a nationwide ban. You can see all of them there: Malta, Germany, Canada, France, New Zealand, Greece, Spain, Cyprus, Iceland, Belgium. And then you can see other indirect or limited bans on those countries 1 to 15. So it's there in the world, and it's an issue that we need to look at. I won't spend time on looking at the USA, but because there are others here who can speak more authoritatively on that, but you can see the blue where the bans are taking a hold of the United States. Before I go any further, friends, I just want to mention that in the English-speaking world at least, language really matters. And whoever controls the language will own the argument. And this is why I think it's very important that we check our language. If we assume, if we uncritically receive this word gay, and we find gay in every conversation, you even find it in the church, you find it in the pulpits, you find it on the radio, you find it on the television, it's time to listen critically. Gay is a socio-political concept that has only been going for a few decades. I prefer to talk about the same-sex attracted. The same thing with orientation, sexual orientation. We take it uncritically. In the English-speaking world, I think that's a dangerous thing to do because orientation gives the connotation of something that is there. It's fixed, it's created, it's given. You can't change it. And we have taken this doctrine into our thinking in the English-speaking world, and it's caused problems. Same thing with homophobia. If anybody is I grew up in South Africa. Anybody who accused you of being a racist, well, that was bad news. You would be in trouble, of course. Well, in Britain today, if anybody accuses you of being homophobic, it's the same kind of thing. Why have we got a special word for prejudice against homosexual people? I much prefer to talk about prejudice. Prejudice against women, prejudice against other races, prejudice against people who have different approaches to sexuality. It's prejudice. Why do we have to have a special word? Because these are all words with a mission. They are designed to achieve something, I would argue. We can go on. Conversion therapy. We have to be careful with this, that we don't constantly repeat this word. It's an enemy word. I prefer to talk about therapeutic choice. Why are they trying to get rid of choice when it comes to therapy for people who want to move away from things? Also, this word bisexual, I would question it. I would critique it. I think we should be rather thinking about the mixed attracted. Gender dysphoria, the same thing. Is it gender dysphoria or is it gender incongruence? I'd just like to challenge us a bit and see if we shouldn't be looking very closely at the words we take critically, we take uncritically, because they're often words with a mission that have been intended to achieve a purpose in our societies. Well, why does this matter? So what? This is why it matters. Just listen to this for a minute.
As I record this video, in a few weeks, I will be facing my first ever trial in my life in a criminal court case for sharing my Christian faith. And so join with me in prayer. Join with us here in Malta that God would use this situation to overturn things and to revoke this evil ban on so-called conversion therapy, and that it would have a ripple effect across the nations so that righteousness would prevail again, and we would hear a balanced view in society, a true view on human sexuality once again. Hello everyone, my name is Matthew Grech. I am 33 years old from Malta, and for the last few years I had the privilege of working closely with Core Issues Trust and with the IFTCC. I am a worship leader, I'm serving as a deacon in my church, And I love music, so I write music, I sing, I play the piano, very musically involved. And it's been a pleasure to also be associated with X Out Loud, which is a community of men and women who are leaving and have left LGBT.
Hello, I'm Victor Moos and I'm 26. I'm a part of the X Out Loud leadership, which is a Core Issues Trust project, and I've been working closely with Matthew for the last couple of years.
I was approached by a local conservative media platform called PM News Malta.
So because of time, I'm just going to tell you the story. He went on a radio program and he was introduced as being a country represented from the International Foundation for Therapeutic and Counseling Choice. 2 weeks later, the police came knocking on the door saying, you need to come and you need to give us a statement. In the end of it, he is charged with promoting conversion therapy. Malta was on the list. It banned so-called conversion therapy in 2016. He faces a €5,000 fine or up to 3 months in prison. Did you get that? Prison for mentioning the IFTCC and sharing his testimony. And who are the people bringing the case? Well, they are European Union officials who wrote the law in Malta. So that's why this matters, folks. It's going to land on the shoulders of therapists and pastoral carers and people who care about this issue. It doesn't stop there. We lost Facebook. We're not allowed on Facebook. We're not allowed on TikTok. It's all gone. And good riddance. We don't need it. But you know, we would like to function in a world under the same sun as people who disagree with us. Didn't stop there. We lost PayPal. We lost MailChimp. And then we lost Barclays bank accounts, all the accounts for Core Issues Trust, all the accounts for the International Foundation for Therapeutic and Counseling Choice. No longer allowed to bank. Reason, we don't have to give you a reason. And they never gave us a reason. So we had to go to court, and this is the story.
3 years ago, Barclays decided that we, as an ex-LGBT ministry, don't deserve to have a bank account.
We want to glorify your name, Lord. We want to represent you and the love that you have for so many. Pray this in your holy name, Lord.
Today, we are saying that we exist. We have freedom to speak, freedom to practice our faith, freedom to be who we really are, and to feel safe about that. Feel safe to speak about our stories, about our life experiences.
So I am here to exercise my freedom, to be who I want to be, and to be also who God made me. We can see Barclays do not want people like myself who struggled with unwanted same-sex attraction to receive help or even have a community.
I was conflicted about my gender identity years ago, and I needed help from someone to help me overcome sexual attractions that I was not happy with, to help me to accept my gender and to see myself as a man, because I believed in Jesus. I love Jesus and I am a Christian.
X Out Loud is an organization that has helped me right from day one. I knew I couldn't go to the NHS because the NHS would have pushed me in an affirmative direction. That is not something that I wanted. But my wants in my heart were much greater than my feelings, and the wants in my heart were to grow up, to have a wife, to have children. I felt really deprived from that, and so this restriction on my life caused me to almost commit suicide.
Well, it's good to mark this occasion. It's actually good to mark a win. Barclays has had to back down. It's had to write you a check, Mike. We'd like to have...
That's not bad,
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's a good start.
It's a good start, and indeed, for the work, we need many more tens of thousands of pounds. But the point is this, your work is growing. I can see that. It's reaching thousands of people across the world. We've seen that. There's a growing movement. We're not going anywhere, are we?
No.
We can't afford to. There's
No, we
too
can't.
many people
Too many
who
people, yeah.
have been left in the lurch, who've been abandoned by professionals who unfortunately have been intimidated
Yes.
into this very unhealthy position in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
X Out Loud was a safe space for me to share my story and to get to hear from other people who are going through the same thing. And I believe that nobody should be able to take our rights away for seeking either professional help or pastoral help or any kind of help that may lead me to achieving my purposes, achieving my life goals. And if people are free to identify as LGBT, if they are encouraged and helped to be affirmed in their gay identities, trans identities, why can't I do the same thing in affirming my heterosexual identity or ex-LGBT identity? Why can't I be who I want to be? If I was not happy in the LGBT lifestyle and identity, why can't I live that and pursue a new identity with Christ?
So there isn't time to watch more, folks, but what I'm trying to say is I believe you have a very important resource in your country that maybe you have not yet found. That'll be the people who are finding help, who are looking over their shoulders and seeing that things are changing, that things are getting better. And it's very hard in a conservative society for them to stand up and share. But it's no more difficult than for a person in a progressive, liberal society to stand up and do the same thing. There will be a cost. But friends, if you find the men and women who are getting free, and if you support them, and you love them, and you cherish them, and you invest in them, I believe they will do very good work for you in promoting the values that are important to you. And they'll do it because it's real and because they are passionate about being free in this area. Just a couple more things in the time that's available to us. We went to Barbados in the Caribbean recently. And just listen to this story. Just have a look at this presentation. It may not be culturally your cup of tea, as we say. It may be not something that you would enjoy. But just watch this, and then I want to tell you what has happened as a consequence of this. Just have a listen.
There are only two genders determined at conception, male and female, man and woman, boy and girl, guy and girl, XY and XX. It's not a choice. One don't get to pick. That's the science. Period.
But what happened? You see, that was part of a competition. They were doing a drama presentation with a whole lot of other schools. What happened? They were forced out of the competition because they spoke about these gender experiences. They were pushed out. And now they are in a law case about the same thing. It's happening in the Caribbean. It's happening in the Americas. It's happening in Europe. Don't let it happen in Turkey. I'm going to rush on. So what do we need to do? I'm here today to talk about protecting client choice and professional integrity. I've spoken about X Out Loud. Well, what are we trying to do? We're trying to reach the young people. This is the first attempt. This is the song they put together. This comes from the testimonies of those who have experienced change in their lives.
X Out Loud, the atmosphere's shifting. Can you feel it? Put your hands up. This is a new day. You better believe it. Come on. Ruby just assumed she was supposed to be male. She discovered transgender on the internet. It was bittersweet, she knew she could never be a man, but nobody told her God had a master plan. She sought therapy, they told her wait and see. She thought injecting chemicals was the remedy. There came testosterone, rushing euphoria, until one day it stopped working, back to dysphoria. In and out of hospital, she screamed the best way she could. If you've got a plan for me, God, it better be good. Beautiful daughter of mine, that's who I made you to be. If you trust me, you will see my words set you free.
Ruby was trans, she's not anymore. Tony was gay, he's not anymore. Serena was lesbian, she's not anymore. We are changed by the power of Christ. Oh, we come alive. Exhale love. Na na na na na. We are changed by the power of Christ.
Tony was closer to his mom than to other guys. He wasn't sporty at all, but sensitive and despised. He couldn't really connect, was mocked and beaten by men. Was called this, called that, got up and smiled again. Come secondary school, porn wasn't enough. He was the stripper in the nightclub, stoned every night. Ever so hungry for love, he put himself up for sale. Sex, drugs, booze, it looked like he was going to jail. A gentle voice spoke right out of the blue. If you trust me with your life, I will rescue you. He surrendered to Christ, cried and fell to the ground. Amazing grace, I'm coming home to a sweet, sweet sound.
Ruby was trans, she's not anymore. Tony was gay, he's not anymore. Serena was lesbian, she's not anymore. We are changed by the power of Christ. Oh, we come alive. We come alive. Exhale love. Jesus na, na, na, na. We are changed by the power of Christ. Ruby was trans, she's not anymore. Tony was gay, he's not anymore. Serena was lesbian, she's not anymore. We are changed by the power of Christ.
It's all by your power, it's all by your grace. We are changed by the love of Christ.
The point I'm making is that we have to let the young people sing. It might not be your choice of music or my choice of music, but we have to invest in the arts and the creativity. We have to provide an alternative space. We have to pull them away from the porn, pull them away from all the stuff they find on the internet, and give them a sense of warmth and community that's led by themselves. And that's what X Out Loud is all about. Finally, I want to say something that troubles me deeply. I have to be concerned that the Church of England now is considering blessing same-sex couples. The Church of England. It's illegal, first of all. You know, the doctrine of the church and the law of the land in that country is one. So it's actually illegal. But can you imagine what it says to young people who have left homosexuality, who have fought and have pushed their way through? Do you know how that comes up in front of them when this happens? So we went to the highest. We first of all requested an audience with the Archbishop of Canterbury. We were refused, surprisingly. We asked for a visit with the Archbishop of York. Didn't want to know. So we thought it was time to go to the synod, the highest court of the Church of England in London. And so we went, and this is the story.
Many people don't even realise that ex-gay, ex-LGBT is actually possible.
There are people like me who will actually go to commit suicide.
God delivered me from this same-sex attraction and relationships.
It's living the truth in love.
They have made up their own version of Christianity.
These are people who were formerly involved in LGBTQ plus lifestyles.
When I come to Westminster Abbey and I see above my shoulder here, the fourth person on the right hand is Dietrich Bonhoeffer. He's the one who almost single-handedly stood against the Nazification of the gospel in Germany during World War II and lost his life. It reminds me just of what is at stake in the Christian gospel in terms of the stand that people have to take and have taken historically. The church is built on the blood of the martyrs.
We came here with Exau Laud in London today in front of the Westminster Abbey, which is the center of the state church in the UK. We came to represent people, men and women, who left LGBT lifestyles and identities because they were not satisfied in them and because they encountered the love of Jesus, the power of the gospel, and they wanted to live a different life.
The Church of England is in the process of deciding whether or not to bless gay couples in their same-sex relations.
I'm just thinking about all those men and women who are struggling with all these undesired feelings and urges and with their identity, and who simply would need help, would need support, would need someone to lead them according to what God said, according to what God has in store for them, which is good, again. And all these leaders, instead of doing that, they simply want to push them to embrace identities and addictions and behaviors that they are not happy with.
Many people are wanting to withdraw from homosexual behaviors and feelings. And we believe they need to be given the rights, they need to be respected, and they need to be in a position where they are honored by the church and by those who preach the gospel of Jesus Christ.
And we are here to say that whoever is struggling with these feelings, with these desires, with their identities, with their gender and sexuality, there's a way out. And we are here to support, to help, and to show there's hope. There's hope in the gospel of Jesus.
We've requested a conversation with the Archbishop. So far, we've been refused.
What they want to do is actually really damaging to people's minds and souls and bodies. It's not God's design, because I'm afraid that they have made up their own version of Christianity, and it's not pleasing to God, it's unholy. And the Bible is clear that the sexually immoral will not inherit the kingdom of God, and yet they're encouraging people in that direction. So it's really concerning and actually really wicked what they're doing.
As God delivered me from this same-sex attraction and relationships, I was hoping that the Church of England would actually give us a chance and listen to our testimony that God is able to save us, He's able to change our lives, but unfortunately we were not given that opportunity. They didn't seem to be interested in what we had to say, but we are still here testifying that God is able to transform and deliver from the darkness into light. And it's a shame that the Church of England has failed to recognize that the Word of God has the final authority, but we recognize that and we walk in that.
So I was a person who, I'd say, we're going into about 3.
Don't have time to see more, but Liam, who you see there, 3 years ago, almost committed suicide. He wanted to commit suicide because he could not find help. He could not find help in the church. He could not find help among the professions. He almost took his life, but miraculously, he was led in a different direction and today is a co-worker with us full-time. So in conclusion, thank you again for having me. I want to say, friends, that I admire so much that there are so many professionals here today. That is a great resource. Thank you for your example, and I hope and pray that you learn the wisdom. I remember 10 years ago thinking we will never have gay marriage. We have it. We cannot rest. We must work tirelessly to stand for the values that we believe in. Thank you very much.
Biz çok teşekkür ediyoruz Sayın Mike Davidson'a. Benim bir sorum olacaktı kendisine. Emir Bey, siz hemen çevirebilir misiniz? Tamam. Sayın Emir hocamızdan rica ederim. Şimdi izlediğimiz videolarda tişörtler vardı. Çok anlamlı. Biz de uzun süredir Dünya Çakop olarak bu eşcinselliğin yaygınlaşmasına karşı gökkuşağı da nasıl geri alabiliriz çok tefekkür ettik. Bir türlü bulamadık. Ama ben bugün şunu fark ettim. O tişörtlerde hem gökkuşağı vardı hem de mesaj çok güzeldi. Sayın Mike Davidson izin verirler mi o tişörtü biz Türkiye ve dünyada yaygınlaştıralım? Çevirebilirsin. Ha, siz çevirin. Ha. Yani anlatabildik değil mi? Çok kısa cümlelerle çünkü
Evet,
söylediler.
bu konu
çok cümle
üzerinde
harcadım. Yani evet, yani biz o tişörtü Türkiye ve dünyada yaymak istiyoruz. Onu söyleyin. O mesaj çok önemli. Ya. Bir de çizgi filmler, oynatılan animasyonlar çok güzeldi. İnşallah işbirliği içinde biz de bunu Türkiye'de yaygınlaştıralım. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you very much. Bir değişiklik yapacağım. Emir hocamız müsaade ederse. Nikolozi Amerika'da bizi bekliyor. Hocam online bağlanacak. Orada saat 6, sabahın 6'sı. Bizi bekliyorlar. Biz Nikolozi'yi hemen alalım. Daha sonra da Emir hocamızı dinleyelim. Siz lütfen oturun Emir hocam.
Him now. You can see that from here.
Nikolozi hazır mı arkadaşlar? Canlı yayın ekibi bizi duyabiliyorlar mı?
Can you hear us?
Mr. Nikolozi, how are you?
Biz duyamıyoruz. Sesi buraya almamız lazım.
Hi Nikolozi, how are you? Mr. Nikolozi.
Mr. Nicolosi, how are you? We cannot hear you.
Unfortunately, we are unable to hear.
Duyuyor musunuz arkadaşlar? Kulaklıklarınız kulağınızda mı? Geliyor mu ses? Tamam.
Bize gelmiyor.
Çeviri kabinine ses gelmiyor.
Çeviri kabinine ses gelmiyormuş. O yüzden bekliyoruz. Mert. Öyle mi? Tamam. Rejiden sesin açılmasını bekliyormuşuz. Evet, işaret ettiler. 3 deyince Soner Bey mi? Yani Nikolozi için sabah 6'da kalktı arkadaşlar. Şu anda Amerika'da bulunduğu köşede saat 6.
He woke up at 6 o'clock, got ready for us here to be with you, Mr. Nicolosi.
Sesimizi kendisi duyabiliyor mu Sayın Reji? Size ses gelmiyor. Peki, Mert Bey kumanda sizdeymiş. Sizden bekliyoruz.
We are expecting Mr. Mert to get in charge with the remote. I don't know if Mr. Nicolosi can hear us, but we are unable to hear him for now. They say he's younger than he looks. I think Mr. Nicolosi is hearing us, but we are unable to hear him. There I see he's shaking his hand. Şöyle.
Nikolozi bizi duyuyormuş Sayın Reji.
Mr. Nicolosi, you can hear us, right? Yes, you can hear us, right? You are able to hear us? Yes. we're kind of hearing you from outer speakers. How are you doing, Mr. Nicolosi? How are you doing, Mr. Nicolosi?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
İyi hissediyorum, iyiyim. Teşekkür ederim. You are welcome. You can start your conversation, Mr. Nicolosi. I'm going to translate it for you. Please, because I'm going to hear you from outer speakers, then it's going to need to be kind of clear for me to translate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. One more logistical thing is someone has disabled my ability to share my screen, which is my entire presentation. So whoever's in charge of the Zoom, if you could let me share my screen, we'll get started.
Evet, başlıyoruz. Zoom'la ilgilenen Mert Bey, ekran paylaşımı yapacaksınız.
No. Can anyone, you guys can hear me now, right?
Evet, duyabiliyoruz biz.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you right now. Now everything is fine. Connection is clear.
Good. Now we just need someone who's running Zoom to allow me to share my screen.
Ekranımı paylaşabilmem için ekran paylaşma yetkisine ihtiyacım var şu anda. Zoom'la ilgilenen
Paylaşabilir misiniz? Şu anda müsaitmiş. Paylaşın.
It is available now, sir. You can share your screen.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for having me. It's a
Bir
great
alkışla
honor.
arkadaşlar.
Let's have another
We did it. Okay. Okay. Excellent. So let's get started. Thank you for having me. It's truly an honor. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about reintegrative therapy. So what does the science say about reintegrative therapy? I'm about to show you. I'm Dr. Joseph Nicolosi Jr. I'm a clinical psychologist. Reintegrative therapy is a registered trademark with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Trauma treatment is the goal, and sexuality change is often the byproduct. 2 published studies were released within the last few years. The Pila and Sutton study demonstrating reintegrative therapy's effects on males with same-sex attractions, and the Nicolosi and Rosek study, which demonstrated how the same approach was shown to be effective in the treatment of binge eating. Now, these are very different presenting issues, but the underlying process called the reintegrative protocol is the same. The Pila and Sutton study was a large-scale longitudinal study with 75 male participants. Participants did not have to be men who wanted to go from gay to straight. That's what's most fascinating about this particular study. The criteria was simply to be a man with same-sex attractions who was open to his sexuality changing and willing to undergo a trauma treatment. If a particular person decided partway through the process that he wanted to retain a gay identity, he was not dropped from the study. He was still included. Trying to force a change in one's sexual feelings might actually interfere with this process. The participants' task was to work on resolving traumatic memories and just let whatever happens happen. These were the findings. Opposite sex attraction experiences increase statistically significantly. If you're interested in statistics and science, that is a p-value of less than 0.0001. Same-sex attraction experiences decreased statistically significantly, and sexual attraction identity moved toward heterosexuality. What this reveals is that it's not just an example of behavior modification that the authors reported. Attraction experiences were measured by assessing thoughts, feelings, and behavior. So not only did the authors see changes in those domains, but they saw changes in identity, confirming how this was, in fact, true change. Apart from sexuality, the well-being of the participants was measured. In other words, their psychological health. Using a well-established instrument, one that's widely been used across the United States, called the OQ-45, or Objective Questionnaire 45, which measures the participants' distress. The pre-test mean, so before therapy, was a psychological distress level of 71, and after was 54. This is a statistically significant difference, p-value of 0.0001, also known as a large effect size. What this means is we can now compare the results of reintegrative therapy to treatment as usual, in other words, general psychotherapy, from the research literature. 37% of individuals in general psychotherapy in the United States are considered reliably improved by the time they end therapy, according to this measure. Now, just for a moment, I'd like you to think, imagine there's a hospital in your town in which only 37% of the people who leave it are reliably improved. Would you bring your loved one to that hospital? That is the success rate of treatment from today's psychotherapy provides. So general psychotherapy is actually not very effective. In contrast, 57% of reintegrative therapy participants were considered reliably improved. Improvements include increased functioning in social roles, improvements in quality of life, and improvements in interpersonal relationships. The key conclusions from the study are reintegrative therapy interventions resulted in a remarkable improvement in well-being for men open to sexual attraction fluidity, and sexual attractions are not immutable and can change as a byproduct of trauma reprocessing. Now, there were some limitations of the study. This was a single group design, meaning there wasn't a placebo or a control group to compare to it. The sexual attraction measure is by self-report. This is self-report, so you're asking people how they believe they have changed. So this is not like a blood test that we're talking about. We're measuring the subjective phenomena, so we were using subjective self-report. And the last limitation was that the generalizability is a little bit limited because many of these people were religious participants. You know, disproportionately, these were people who had a strong religious faith. The Peel and Sutton study is available in full for free online. You can find it at reintegrativetherapy.com, where you can read the full report. Although the sexuality shifts were quite significant, not every client reported a shift, and clients reported shifts to varying degrees. So when we talk about changes in sexuality, we're not talking about flipping a light switch. Think in terms of turning a light dimmer. We're talking about gradual shifts of varying degrees. So it's important that we don't oversimplify or overstate these results. Everybody responds differently. No one can guarantee an outcome. This is just a very, very brief overview of the steps of the reintegrative protocol. Very simple overview. But essentially, the client is invited to think about some emotional conflict for him. And by the way, this doesn't have to be homosexual. This could be heterosexual. It doesn't matter. Some behavior, usually sexual behavior, that doesn't work for the client and goes against his values. And we have him intensely think about it, intensely feel it. And when he does, we ask him to go outside of himself and look into his own eyes and look at what emotions he sees in himself. And usually the client will see his emotions in a series of 3 layers or a sequence. A trance state that he goes into when he is reactive to something. Could be pornography, could be something else. And then as he looks deeper and looks deeper, he'll usually see in his own eyes a craving, like a longing, and then behind that, an unmet emotional need. And then the therapist will invite the client to think back on earlier times in his life in which the client has felt this way. And this is, of course, for the client to lead, not the therapist. The client associates back to earlier memories. And whatever earlier memories the client reports, we reprocess it. You could use EMDR, you could use mindful self-compassion, but we want to reprocess the trauma memories. And then finally, we ask the client to go back to the original activating event, the conflict moment, and see if he notices any changes in his reaction to it. And our clients typically report a shift in that. This is a short video sent to me by a man just 3 days ago. There's a short video sent to me by a man 3 days ago. A man volunteered to send me a testimony. I said, sure, I'm giving a presentation in Istanbul, send it to me. So this man was not personally my client. He and his wife are now making their testimony public, and he wanted to share his thoughts and experiences on reintegrative therapy.
Hey everybody, nice to meet you. I'm Joe. This is my wife, Christina. Hello. Recently, somebody in my parish asked me if I could summarize all of my life experience into kind of a short message for other people. What would that be? And I thought for a minute, and I thought, it's that you are not stuck. You are not bound within the dark and confusing clouds that sometimes hover over in our lives. And for anybody who's experiencing same-sex attractions, things like cyclical depressions, anxiety, addictions to porn, alcohol, drugs, and things like difficult loneliness. I lived with those things in my life for 16 years, and I finally was able to walk away from each and every one of those prisons. It took a lot of work. It took about 6 years, but I finally was able to heal from them and to get invaluable experience dating women. And I worked hard to fill my life with virtuous behavior and to replace all of those negatives with positives. And I finally got things ordered in my life really well. And I now have a great life focused on being a provider, a good husband, and a good father. And today I've been happily married for 6 years to an amazing wife. I have an incredible family and a strong sense of joy and freedom. And I am thriving in my life with true happiness. And we have 3 energetic children, and we have a great sex life. Deep down, I genuinely wanted to be a dad, a real dad. And I remember in the bar scene, I would hear people use the word daddy, and I never liked it. It always sounded so fake sounding. And I finally realized why. And it's because genuine, true, natural fatherhood was something I aspired to. It's really what God was inspiring within me. I had to work hard on the traumatic memories of childhood trauma that left me feeling inadequate compared to other men, and to replace that with true, authentic manhood. You are given this courage and dignity within you too, and you can do anything you set your mind to. Reintegrative therapy offers you one more tool to overcome childhood traumas that may have set you off on the wrong path, and I am grateful for it. God bless.
I cannot count how many men have come to my clinic and revealed during psychotherapy that while acting out sexually with other men, they would occasionally wonder in the back of their minds, how much of this has to do with me searching for a father? We have handouts available at reintegrativetherapy.com, plenty of resources. You'll see the distinctions between reintegrative therapy and so-called conversion therapy. There are many differences. There's a whole chart. You can find that as well. So who is in the driver's seat of this therapy? Who is in charge? Who takes the lead? The therapy is based on the principle that the client is in the driver's seat of his own therapy. A prior set of assumptions about the client's sexuality is not necessary. You can be religious, you can be non-religious, you can be on the political left or the political right. It's all the exact same method. Reintegrative therapy is not based on social political ideologies. You can be pro-gay and still use it and get the same effect. In short, reintegrative therapy is a methodology rather than an ideology. Here's another way to think about it. On the political left, people see homosexuality primarily through a political lens, a political or social identity lens. And those on the right, the more conservative, they see it through a morality lens. These two lenses may have valuable contributions to this topic. As a clinician, as a clinical psychologist, I see this topic through an attachment lens. And that attachment lens, that attachment viewpoint, is based in neurobiological patterns of activation. Let's talk about those patterns. The top two horizontal rows here, in other words, the squares A and B, we see arousal in homosexual men while viewing male sexual images. In boxes C and D, we see arousal in heterosexual men viewing female sexual images. So the top is arousal in homosexual men viewing male sexual images, and the bottom two are heterosexual men when viewing female sexual images. It's popular to say love is love, it's all the same, but the neuroscience reveals a different story. Neurobiologically, it is different. There are different brain regions that are becoming active between homosexual and heterosexual arousal. This is what the authors stated. They said it's interesting to note that different neural circuits are active during sexual arousal in homosexual and heterosexual men. So let's talk specifically about those circuits. Amygdala activation. Amygdala activation in the moment of arousal is greater for men with same-sex attractions while viewing same-sex arousing images than it is for heterosexual men viewing heterosexually arousing images. A significant difference. The amygdala is pivotal. It's very important in processing fear and shame. Within the amygdala, greater preference-related activity was observed in homosexual men, but it is unclear whether this is a cause or a consequence of their sexuality, the author said. They also said that although the amygdala differences are consistent with the hypothesis that homosexual men's brains show atypical patterns of activation in sexually dimorphic regions, these results do not paint a simple picture of homosexual men having female brains. So why is the amygdala different? Why is the amygdala activation so much higher? We don't know for sure, but this is what my clients tell me. These are real quotes from my clients. I'm attracted to men I'm afraid of. I'm drawn toward men who represent the kind of son my father wished he'd had. The man I'm attracted to represents the shocking reminder of all that I believe I am not. These descriptions that my clients tell me seem to match up with what psychoanalysis has been saying for 100 years and what we may be seeing in the amygdala responses. Psychoanalysis had a name for this. They called it eroticized envy. Now, is this right? Is this wrong? You decide. In the meantime, more research is being done. One study examined women with predominantly heterosexual attractions, though up to 30% of their attractions were same-sex attractions. They did brain scans on these women, and as these women practiced something called mindfulness meditation, they reported significant spontaneous increases in their heterosexual attractions and decreases in their same-sex attractions, results which were further reinforced by brain scans of the participants. OC here stands for orientation consistent, which was their heterosexual attractions. On the right, you have orientation inconsistent, or OI, meaning these same-sex attractions were decreasing. And these attractions spontaneously decreased after practicing mindfulness. This is just a short course of mindfulness. They report. Okay, so let me skip this. These changes occurred on their own, and this confirmed results of a previous study which found similar results. The late Dr. Francine Shapiro was the creator of EMDR therapy. EMDR stands for eye movement desensitization reprocessing, a therapy that has been supported by 12 controlled research studies. Using horizontal eye movements to treat traumatic memories, several therapists began noticing that it was triggering spontaneous sexuality changes in their clients. Francine heard about this, and when a therapist expressed interest in researching this phenomenon, she personally encouraged that therapist to explore this and to present his findings at an EMDR conference. That therapist did create that presentation as a result of her encouragement. You can see it here. It's the listing in the Francine Shapiro Library. However, after being listed in the Francine Shapiro Library, all references to this presentation were quietly removed with no explanation or notification shortly after Francine Shapiro passed away. There's a screenshot of it. So think about it. This research was banned from the Francine Shapiro Library, a work that Francine herself wanted in the library. She wanted it. In fact, my father spoke with Francine Shapiro personally, and she acknowledged that she did think EMDR would trigger sexuality changes for some individuals with same-sex attractions. She didn't think it would work for everyone, but that it would for some. Consequently, other published studies have reported spontaneous sexuality changes as a result of this approach, but the media and the psychological establishment refuse to discuss it. They just ignore it. Another study in the Journal of Behavior Therapy and Experimental Psychiatry noted how both EMDR and mindfulness exercise something called working memory or short-term memory, and thereby reduce the vividness and emotionality of aversive ideas, negative ideas. In other words, the taxing of short-term memory seems to lead people into a spontaneous non-reactivity toward stimuli, toward triggers that they find incompatible with what they want. And this may be why clients in reintegrative therapy often report that the vividness and emotionality of their unwanted sexual images or memories subside as well. They report. Okay. Okay, so who are these people? Why are these people coming to therapy? What is their motivation? The media would have us believe that these poor people, they're just suppressing who they are, and society is forcing them into this, and that's the only reason why they could possibly be in this therapy. But let's go beyond that. What would be their motivations? There are three reasons why people describe this to me. The first is practical reasons. And I have here a book called The Male Couple. The Male Couple. And this book is, it was endorsed by the former president of the American Psychiatric Association. This book was written by two gay researchers named McWhirter and Madison, who did a study to figure out how many gay couples are actually monogamous. How many of these people, don't cheat on each other. And the authors were a gay couple. So one a psychiatrist and one a psychologist. They were in a gay relationship together, and they did this study, and the study was done to disprove the reputation that gay male relationships do not last. And they studied 156 male couples. Of those 156 couples, can you guess how many of them were found to be monogamous? How many of them were exclusive, sexually exclusive to each other, faithful to each other, after 5 years? The answer is zero. Zero. They couldn't find a single one that remained monogamous. Here is a direct quote from their book. The expectation of outside sexual activity was the rule for male couples and the exception for heterosexuals. Heterosexual couples lived with some expectation that their relationships were to last until death do us part, whereas gay couples wondered if their relationships could survive. Again, this is directly from two gay researchers, directly from them. So that is a major motivation for my clients. They go into the gay world and they say, this is not for me. We don't like the instability. We want something more stable. We want something more traditional. So that is a very important one. These are practical reasons. These behaviors don't work for me, or maybe they're unsafe, but this all falls under practical. Another reason is sexual abuse. So these people have a specific trauma memory that they say affected their sexuality, and they want access to a trauma treatment to work on the trauma memory. And oftentimes, when we resolve the trauma memory, we see shifts in the client's sexual attractions. Finally, the third reason is religious. This includes Jews, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Baha'i, individuals who come to us. And that is the right of these individuals to choose their own path. This is in keeping with the American Psychological Association ethical principle of encouraging clients' rights to self-determination. Clients should have the right to pursue their own therapy goals. And many psychologists today will say that our clients, when there is a distinction between the client's sexual attractions and their values, many psychologists today will say that the only way to resolve the conflict between the sexuality is the values is to adjust your values over to your sexuality. That's it. That's all you can do. Align your values to fit with your sexuality. Yet our research participants and clients report that these methods often align their sexuality with the values. So the clients don't necessarily have to compromise their values, whether those values are religious or not. So in conclusion, here's what we just reviewed. Independent research findings show that reintegrative therapy is safe and effective. It treats traumas and it changes sexual feelings as a byproduct. Activating working memory while accessing arousing memories can, in some cases, dramatically change the level of arousal that a person experiences. And these changes are non-volitional. The brain scans seem to confirm this. The brain scan studies reveal how same-sex and opposite-sex attractions operate differently. And we've discovered that the data-driven basis of this work seems to support what these clients are telling us. If you want more resources, go to reintegrativetherapy.com. You can watch videos on how this works. and I appreciate your time. I was asked to do some question and answer, which I'm happy to do. Someone talked about case analysis to talk about specific cases, so I'm happy to do that. So thank you, and please bring me any of your questions. I can't hear any question yet from anyone. Still can't hear it. I can't hear any questions from anyone. Yeah, the person can put it there. I heard something.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Now I can hear. Yeah, I can hear him.
All right. They are thanking you right now, and I'm going to see if anybody is asking for a question.
Inviting in Istanbul.
They're inviting you to Istanbul, Mr. Nikolasi. If you will to come to Istanbul, we will be very pleased.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and send me an email on it, and we'll look at dates.
Peki, tamam. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir gün İstanbul'a bekliyoruz kendisini.
We are hoping that you will be in Istanbul one day. If you can come to Istanbul and join us, it will be a pleasure for us. Thank you very much. You have a great day.
Thank you. That'd be an honor.
Thank you very much. It's our honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Peki, değerli arkadaşlar, saat...
Dear friends, we need to get out of this place around 6 o'clock, so we're going to have Mr. Emin. Let me read that poetry. Well, let's read it at the close up of this. Emir Kaya, Dr. Emir Kaya is here.
Bu arada hocamı şimdi tanıdım ben 2 sene önce.
Now I recognize him. We had a very nice chat 2 years ago. Sir, thank you. Thank you. I salute everyone. Hello, everybody. I congratulate all of you because this is a long day. And I congratulate you for your patience. Please forgive me. I'm going to take a little time of yours as well. This topic is a little specific. I'm going to talk about. My time is 20 minutes, and I'm going to try to stay within the time barrier. The law is criticized actually from the view of trust. To me, as important problem is to trust the law. When you don't know about the detail, the process, the law itself, you tend to think that it is really well thought, well built, and on the side of the society. But whatever your profession is, you trust your doctor as like this, you trust the law. In the era of religion, law is made by God, and there is perception and there is reference to God. But in modern times, law is made by humans. Who is that person? Who is that person doing the law? If not you, then someone else. Am I doing the law? No. Then another person is doing the law. There are other people, they are building the design, they are designing the law. So this is a problem of putting too much trust on those people. We should be aware of this. What do I contribute? Do I have any contribution to the making of law? The religion and government is separated from each other. We need to question that as well, because we are people of the government, we are the people of the country, and we pay taxes. So we should have the right to speak and right to question.
Etki edeceğim.
What is, how can we affect the municipality? The law and legislations is more of a lobby issues. You'll either get a good result or not. So reintegration, conversion therapies
should be handled.
They are wishing to turn back to heterosexual identity. The law is made of three functions. It's the philosophy of laws and sociology of the law. International or national society is the second dogma. And the other one is to what is described as normal. Psychiatrists talk about these issues, like philosophers as well talks about these issues, but usually the lawmakers and legislators defines what the rules are going to be. Without the reference to belief systems, you cannot decide what is right or what is wrong. So people who has power to make decisions, they will make all the decisions. The core of this problem is not scientific, it is not law, it is not medical, it is philosophical. As Mr. Mike Davidson mentioned, I like to talk about this terminology. This terminology actually affects people. What is the reality of this situation? What happens is when you describe your gender identity, it's something like solid, something like something that they cannot, that it couldn't change. The real thing should be how a person is created. If person goes back to heterosexual personality identity, actually in our belief system they're going back to their original identity. There are different words as well used in this kind of things that connotes reference to different things. See, conversion in this meaning is just not right phrase to use. Another philosophical issue is a person can measure themselves. It's a really old philosophy in antique Greek. There are two answers. If a person can measure themselves, they can live whatever they like to live because they decide what to do. They are their measuring point. So nowadays, that's how it is. This sexual attractions are built upon fluidity of the identity. Everything could be attractable. This conversion therapies has its controversies in it. You can go everywhere you like to, but you cannot go back to your originality. You can flow into any kind of sexuality as long as it is not your own original. If a person is not his own measurement, then what could it be? So-called conversion therapy. It's kind of made up as if it was a medical term, like it was a legislation or something, but it is not. This is forced as well with lawfully. Sometimes municipalities or governments force people to look at this situation like this. Sometimes lawyers, sometimes the medical institutions do that as if it was a scientific research or scientific truth. If you look at it from a perspective of religion, like beliefs, in our belief system, we need to, of course, hold on to our belief systems, but we should work on it and improve on it. If you want to go away from our customs and traditions, you are free to go. But if you want to go back to the traditional understanding of identity, then you cannot measure yourself. So society actually suppresses you with media. And just like Mr. Mustafa Mertel said, they're being attacked from 5 different ways. They don't want you to become a heterosexual. They suppress your rights. It just doesn't make sense in the law or legislative ways. Feelings, they design such a way that some feelings becomes like the truth. And most of the therapies, some therapies about this heterosexual conversion is just prohibited.
In 30 countries.
In many cultures and countries. And they're having difficulties in this manner. What is the basis of preventing conversion therapy? Well, for it is to become as a sickness, you need to define it as it is a sickness. You have to admit if you are sick or not, as if you are like, if you have like some kind of cancer disease. They don't consider themselves as a sick, as long as when they create sickness in their mind, we cannot actually define it scientifically. In how do we measure? Do you feel sick? Do you feel comfortable with your identity, sexual identity on your body? Or a conversion that you had before and you want to go back to your original identity? Another idea is there's a force and manipulation beneath these bans. Especially, they ban child's therapy because they are suppressing children. Prejudice and hate speech is another issue they use. You cannot, actually, you shouldn't be, this is nothing to do with, actually, nothing to do with hate, or it is just exaggerated. They'll just tell you that you're homophobic if you go like this. These are communication strategies for person to not block the person to change in a way that they want to change. What is the right foundation?
Is freedom of religion is a true foundation. I don't agree with freedom in religion. I don't agree with it. I find it very dangerous because on the background, it means that the world is secular, and then you open up some space for religion. It is like I decide how much space I'm going to give to religion. This is, I think, why we should not use the term freedom of religion because of this. For example, in France, people can go to school with butterfly necklace, but they cannot go with cross. Because when you have the power of limiting, you limit whatever you want. And European courts decide that you cannot educate your children accordingly with your religious beliefs. In Italy, even if you're not Christian, it is a part of the culture, and you can carry a cross necklace. And the same court decides two different sentences. If you're a Christian, you're free. If you're Muslim, you cannot educate your child according to your religious beliefs. In conservative places in Istanbul here, they just cannot, people living in these areas, provinces, they just cannot create some living spaces for themselves. Like if there is a pool in the province for public use, they just cannot create male hours or female hours for themselves. They should go, they should apply, they should demand this right to use some facilities. So we have to be entrepreneurs here. We have to be at least equal in a democratic system, because here being equal is a gain for us, especially in Western world, because there is a very rapid transformation on those society, because defending normal heterosexual male and female relationship, when you defend it, they cut you off from your jobs, they fire you from your jobs, they punish you, they fine you. Okay, we can say you have a scientific view, I have a scientific view, then we can agree on it to be equal. Change in whatever change you like, whatever direction you like, change in whatever relation you like. I will try to be in my time interval. Conversion therapy bans are unlawful because they are against belief freedom, they are against right to private life, they are against family life, the respect to family life, and government politics are trying to bypass the parental education is diminishing through the hands of governmental institutions. Patient rights, they have privacy rights, they have consultation rights. They are also talking about amputation rights and euthanasia rights. These are taking psychotherapy in the direction of their will. I am this and I want to change to this. They have right to say that. There are some constitutional rights as well. Lawful relations with patient and administrations of hospital. When you go to a hospital, it is a contract, and we can say that it is a service contract. The patient is the main object here. I want to cure myself from this disease, and I would like you to do that on behalf of mine. So the main objective here is the patient, and they choose the doctor to perform it. There are in public hospitals, it is, since they are giving public services, there are some concepts occurring. As a conclusion, we can say that there is no law that is objective and well thought like in our imagination. If there are something going wrong, it means that we are not doing activism enough and we are putting too much trust on lawmakers. And we accept ourselves passive, and we have to get out of these behaviors, get out of embracing these type of behaviors. We should intervene. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear sir. I would like to invite Mr. Sefa Saygılı to hand you your gift. We are coming to an end of our program today. We are going to read the poetry tomorrow. So we hope to see you tomorrow again at 10 o'clock. God bless you.
Efendim bugünkü vaka sunumunu yarın ilk oturum olarak başlatacakmışız. Bilginiz olsun. Salonumuzda görevli olan arkadaşlarımız lütfen sahneye buyursunlar. Çünkü sahneyi bir an önce toparlamamız gerekiyor. Arkadaşlarımızı bekliyoruz. Yoksa belediye sahnedekilerle beraber hepimiz aşağı atacak.
Arkadaşlar, gelenler gelip oraya oturabilir. Basına kapalı bir şey yapacağız. Lütfen bekleyenler gelip otursun.
Masaların dışında kalmıyor. Abi evet.
Sinan Bey, Kerem Bey.
Kulaklıkla ilgili bir hatırlatma yapar mısınız? Gerçi siz yapmıyorsunuz ama. Kulaklıkları lütfen çıkarken bırakmayı unutmayın. Kimliklerinizi de alırsınız. Teşekkürler.
Değerli misafirlerimiz, Kemal Sayar programımız saat 7.30'da başlayacaktır. Salona girmiş, Kemal Sayar programı için girmiş hanımefendileri ve beyefendileri salonun dışına alacağız. Sizlerden ricam salonun dışına hızlıca intikal etmemiz.
Değerli misafirlerimiz, sizleri